dwell. There my eyes were opened, the truth at last revealed. I've been set apart to call on His true name. I am set apart, Yahuah I now proclaim. He made me set apart to sing praises for His fame. His seal upon my forehead, Abba Yahuah is His name. Tell me, who is this? Tell me, who is this? Even winds and waves obey Him. Oh, what great power He's doing upon the earth. Oh, sure there must be an answer to this question. Can you tell me if you know what is His name? You started searching, scripture pages desiring. I keep on searching, along the pages that I see in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 12. There my eyes were opened, the truth at last revealed. I've been set apart to call on Him.
Oops, sorry. Pushed the wrong button there. It's all good. Well, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Apologies for the sudden ending of the song there. Pushed the wrong button, but it's too late. Anyways, no, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. So glad to see so many of you here. I love it. You know, it's our second Shabbat of the month, and it's the last Shabbat before Pesach comes up, which is on Friday. Super excited about that. And that's actually why I wanted to cover, my write-up I did about walking through the death, burial, and resurrection of Yahusha HaMashiach. Pretty important stuff. It'll probably, I know it will clear up a lot of misconceptions and things that are out there, just walking it all through scriptures. And yeah, the song, I would call it Kadash. Yes, correct. He was ending it. I mean, I guess you're right there, sister. But yes, anyways. Shabbat Shalom to you all. Sister Tracy, good to see you. Sister Kelly. And Sister Lily, am I correct? And then Sister Jackie. And Sister S. Wright. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. And Andrea, shalom, shalom. Good to see you. And we got Jacob. Good to see you, brother. And Kayleen, good to see you as well. Shabbat shalom, everybody. And Bobby, good to see you here, brother. And the whole house of Pacey, Shabbat shalom. And John and Sophia, Shabbat shalom. Brother Lachlan, Shabbat shalom. Sister Natalie, Shabbat shalom, Akuti. And we got Dwayne, Shabbat shalom, brother.
Shabbat shalom.
Good to hear your voice.
I'm just getting rid of a little bit of voice problem.
No worries,
Oh,
brother.
listen, well, while I got you here, I wanted to mention something. I've almost finished your write-up, just short of finishing it. But anyway, there was something in it that I wanted to mention in case you hadn't thought of it or didn't know it or hadn't considered it. But when Messiah sent out the two disciples to town to find a place for the Passover to be served, the one of the uh, well, you mentioned it in two different places, but they were to come to a man who was carrying a jar of water, and that he
Yeah,
would lead
yeah.
them to the. Okay, you know that men didn't ordinarily carry water in those days. Usually women, which tells me that man was a servant of the Zadokites, either a Zadokite himself or
Wow.
a servant of them. So that's
No,
another proof that it was a Zadok calendar.
yeah, absolutely. And I did know about that. Yes, I don't have that in the write-up itself, but no, that's a very good point to touch on because, yeah, it was the women who gathered the water. That's why we always see the women at the well. So yeah,
Yeah.
he was
And of,
a. Oh, go ahead,
and of
brother.
course, that was the way that they were able to identify him, because that was such an unusual event for a man to be
Yeah,
carrying
true.
water.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. No, thank you for pointing that out. That's awesome.
Anyway, it's a great write-up. I have just thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a lot of stuff in there that I just wasn't aware of.
All praise to the Most High Yahuah. Thank you, brother. It
You're welcome.
it's what I dedicate my studies to. The calendar and setting all these things out. So, they're very important topics, and there's a lot of misunderstandings and misconceptions around it all. So, scriptures really clears it all up. Let's see, where were we? So Sister Marissa, Shabbat Shalom. And Sister Jennifer, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Sherry, Shabbat Shalom. We got a lot of people here today. Awesome. And Sister Wendy from South Africa, Shabbat Shalom. All across the flat plain. And we got Sister Miranda, Shabbat Shalom. And
Shabbat
Brother Michael.
shalom.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, sister. And then we got Michael Casey, Shabbat Shalom, brother. And Jermaine, Shabbat Shalom, sister. And Jessica Lynn, Shabbat Shalom, sister. And Tabitha, Shabbat Shalom, Akuti. And we got Micah of the Pacey House. I think I already said Shabbat Shalom to you all, but Shabbat Shalom again, brother. And Ken, Shabbat Shalom, brother. And John, John and Sophia, Shabbat Shalom to you both. Good to have you all. And Greg, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Also Linda, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Good to hear your voice.
Yours also, brother.
Thank you.
Hope you had your coffee today.
Shabbat shalom.
Hey, Cheyenne, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Oh, Shabbat Shalom. Out of the mouth of babes. I didn't see you. Sorry, Sister Cheyenne. Did you join late?
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. All right, well, my bad. I didn't see you. Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Evan. I'll forgive you this time, Cheyenne. I'm just kidding. So yeah, actually, since our Yahuah didn't want that song to be played, we can have, if you're up for it, Marissa, if you want to play a song to open us up.
Yeah.
That would be Yahuah amazing. Awesome. And before you start, let me go ahead and say a prayer, and then we'll get right into it. And with your song and everything, I'm excited. All right. Father, Abba, Yahuah, we come to you in prayer to ask for your guidance and your blessings as we read and study through your word. And please help to guide and open the ears and eyes of those who are wanting to understand and learn your truth. And through your word, that's how we gather the truth. And I just wanted to thank you as well so very much for this amazing fellowship, all the mishpacha here. I love each and every one of you, truly. And I also wanted to say a prayer for all of us who are struggling through different trials, tribulations, stresses, burdens, whatever it may be. We all need your help and your strength to be able to endure to the end. And I pray to you in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach. Let it be so. All right. Whenever you are ready, Sister Marissa.
Holy is Yahuah, gifting righteousness. Who is like you? None beside you. The saints and angels sing to Messiah, our risen King. Who is like you? None beside you. While we were weak, he chose to die. Stepped down from glory into our place. Every wrong made right, he is strong to save. No sin can claim us from his grace and mighty ways. Holy is Yahuah, gifting righteousness. Who is like you? None beside you. The saints and angels sing to Messiah, our risen King. Who is like you? None beside you. Oh, my friend, don't you see him? Power he reigns, let earth receive him. Lay down your chains, take up his freedom. Power he reigns, let earth receive him. Holy is Yahuah, gifting righteousness. Who our risen King. Who is like you? None beside you. Holy is Yahuah, gifting righteousness. Who is like you? None beside you. The saints and angels sing to Messiah, our risen King. Who is like you? None beside you.
Awesome. Barak Yahuah. Thank you, sister.
Praise Yah.
Love it. All right. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. And this is going to be my write-up. And I shared the link in chat there. I got it pinned. I just replied to it as well. But this is going to be all about the death, burial, and resurrection of Mashiach. And we're going to see exactly how it lines up with the Zadok calendar. And we're going to prove out that there was absolutely, well, through the scriptures, we can see two different calendars going on, but there were many more going on behind the scenes at that time. But this is going to just show us how it lines up with the Zadok calendar, how it shows us how Mashiach is the Asham offering, because it's a misconception that he's the Passover lamb. And we're going to get into a lot of details about that. I know there were some questions also about, why is it called unleavened bread, but it's the Passover day. So we're going to cover all of these things. All right. Back to coloring. Oh, you're doing some coloring, sister? Oh, awesome. That's a pretty cool picture there, Lachlan. Our
Yeah,
child.
it was just today. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Oh, Marissa's doing the children's version of the calendar. Your rainbow's crooked, definitely on the ice wall. I know, right? That's for Cheyenne. No, awesome. Yeah, no, thank you for the pictures. Oh, awesome. You were released from the hospital prison. Barak Yahuah. Yeah, the double rainbow proves the firmament. Scriptural cosmology, 100%. All right, so let's see. I know we had a couple others join too. Christina, Shabbat Shalom. Welcome. And Esme, Shabbat Shalom, sister. All right, so, all right, let's get into this here. Sorry, just reading through the chat. Oh, nice. You guys are all going to observe Pesach there in Australia together. That's awesome. Make sure you guys get lots of pictures and videos. And real quick, speaking of that, yeah. So we will have not a fellowship on Pesach, but we will do it on the next day, the high Sabbath of the Festival of Unleavened Bread. That's when we'll have our fellowship here. But I would love to see pictures and videos of everybody's Pesach. And I'll send some videos and pictures as well, so we can all be, sharing in our experiences together as Mishpacha. All right, so let's get into this. So there are many questions about the Passion Week and about the Messiah and the apostles observing Passover. Also, was the Last Supper, quote unquote, the Passover meal? What calendar did Messiah himself observe? And does his death, burial, and resurrection line up with the Zadok calendar? The answer is yes. And he observed the Zadok calendar. To begin, let's read the account in Luke. So we have Luke chapter 22, and this is verses 1 through 13. And the festival of Matzah drew near, which is called Pesach. And the chief Kohanim and the scribes were seeking how to kill him, for they feared the people. And Hasatan entered into Yahudah, who was called of Kerioth, who was numbered among the 12. So this is talking about Judas. And he went and spoke with the chief Kohanim and the captains, how he might deliver him up to them. And they were glad, and agreed to give him silver. And he promised, and was seeking an occasion to deliver him up to them, away from the crowd. And the day of Matzah came, when the Pesach had to be slaughtered. And he sent Kepha and Yohanan, saying, Go and prepare the Pesach for us to eat. And they said to him, Where do you want us to prepare? And he said to them, See, as you enter into the city, a man shall meet you carrying a jar of water. Follow him into the house, he enters. And you shall say to the master of the house, The teacher says to you, Where is the guest room, where I might eat the Pesach with my Talmudim? And he shall show you a large furnished upper room. Prepare it there. And going, they found it as he had said to them, and they prepared the Pesach. And so, we see that the man carrying the jug of water, and just like Dwayne was saying there, that shows, he was a servant of the sons of Zadok, because it was the women who normally carried the water. But we do see the mention of the Pesach, Passover. It's mentioned quite a few times here. And even the slaughtering of the lamb and all of that, it is mentioned many times just in Luke here. So as we can see, Luke is describing not only when Messiah said, Go and prepare the Passover for us to eat, he's also describing the upper room the Passover, not the Last Supper, was observed in. We can also see that the Festival of Unleavened Bread also includes Passover night. So note that Luke reveals the expression of that time to refer to Passover as the days of when they were celebrating the Festival of Unleavened Bread. This is similar to our present day expression of referring to the last great day as the last great day as the 8th day of Sukkot, when in fact it is a separate day from the weekly festival. There are 12 witnesses in the New Testament that all testify that he desired, commanded, slaughtered, prepared, and ate the Passover on Passover. So basically what I'm trying to point out here is, so Passover, Pesach, it's just a day out of the entire festival of unleavened bread. Just like the 8th great day of Sukkot, it's just one of the days out of the entire festival of Sukkot. So this is why, back then, that's why the language says it was, the festival of Matzah, which is called Pesach. So Luke has the most clear expression of this, as Matthew and Mark. It says the festival of Matzah drew near, where they slaughtered the lamb and things like that. But we see they knew it was specifically speaking about Pesach, because Pesach was actually added to the 7-day festival when they came out of Egypt, and it was added to the beginning of it, just like the 8th great day was added at the end of Sukkot by Abraham. And we see unleavened bread is at the beginning of the year, so Passover was added at the beginning of it, where Sukkot is at the end of the year, so that 8th great day was added at the end of it. I just find that pretty fascinating, All right, so where was I? Sorry. So all testified he desired, commanded, slaughtered, prepared, and ate the Passover on Passover. Yet Paul seems to give the impression that he died as the Passover. And we're going to get into this. So why does Paul seem to contradict Messiah's own testimony and that of the 12 disciples? Did he eat the Passover, or was he the Passover? What day was the Passover? What day was the crucifixion? And why does the New Testament state that Messiah ate the Passover on Passover, yet the book of John states he ate the Passover before the Passover? We will answer all of these in this writing. So there's a difference between the required sacrifice for sin that can only be a male lamb versus the slaughter of the Passover. Messiah was slain for sin. Yahuah told the prophet Isaiah that when the Messiah came, he would offer himself up as a specific and particular offering for sin, which happens to be the only sacrifice for sin that requires a male lamb. And as a result, our sickness would be laid upon him, and his stripes would heal us. Messiah was the Lamb of Elohim who was sacrificed as an atoning offering for sin. So Yahusha Mashiach died for sin, and this cannot be stressed enough. So Isaiah 53:7, he was oppressed and he was afflicted, but he did not open his mouth. And he was led as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before its shearers is silent. But he did not open his mouth. And we see that happening when he spoke not. He didn't answer any questions, nothing like that. And then we have Isaiah 53:10. But Yahuah was pleased to crush him, and he laid sickness on him, that when he made himself an offering for sin, he would see a seed, and he would prolong his days, and the pleasure of Yahuah prosper in his hand. And Matthew 1:21, and she shall give birth to a ben, a son, and you shall call his name Yahusha, for he shall save his people from their sins. We also have John 1:29. On the next day, Yohanan saw Yahusha coming toward him and said, See, the Lamb of Yahuah, who takes away the sin of the world. And 1 Peter 1:19. But with the precious blood of Messiah, as of a lamb unblemished and spotless. And 1 Peter 3:18. Because even Messiah once suffered for sins, the righteous for the unrighteous, to bring you to Elohim, having been put to death indeed in flesh, but made alive in the Ruach. And 1 John 2:1-2, My little children, I write this to you, so that you do not sin. And if anyone sins, we have an intercessor with the Father, Yahusha HaMashiach, a righteous one, and he himself is an atoning offering for our sins, and not for ours only, but also for all of the world. So we got quite a few scriptures showing he is the offering for sins.
Yeah, an atoning offering, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's an atoning offering.
Correct. And yeah, we see that specific verbiage here, like 1 John 4:10, sent to be an atoning offering for our sins. And Revelation 1:5 as well, firstborn from the dead. He washed us from our sins. So we see he's an atonement offering, which is the Asham, which we're going to get into here. So Yohanan the Immerser and Peter testify that Messiah was a lamb who would die for sin. Notice that Yohanan the Immerser does not say the Passover lamb, but the Lamb of Elohim in John 1:29. And we read that above there. So John, the beloved disciple, testifies even more specifically that Messiah dies as an atoning offering for sin. Yohanan is pointing back to the fulfillment of a prophecy in Isaiah, as we shall soon see. There is absolutely no question that Messiah fills the typology of a slain lamb. But slain for what? For sin. Yohanan the Immerser, Peter, and Yohanan the Beloved are adamant that Messiah was a male lamb that was an atoning sacrifice for sin. The real question is what type of sacrifice atones for sin and requires a male lamb to be slain. So according to Scripture, there are 3 types of sin: defiant, accidental, and ignorant. Defiant sin is found in Numbers 15:30, and there is no offering for this. Accidental sin is found in Numbers 15:22 through 26, and is the word shagag, which is Strong's Concordance number H7684, and it means by mistake or accidental. Know the law, but by accident cause injury or transgress. And the offering is Strong's number H2403, which is hara, which is a sin offering. Ignorant sin, which is found in Leviticus 4, which is the word yada lo. Strong's Concordance numbers for yada and lo. We have H3045 and H3808, meaning to know not, ignorant of the law, though still guilty of breaking it. And the offering is H817, Asham, which is a guilt offering. And the sacrificial laws as laid out in Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy are unyielding. There are only 2 sacrifices for sin, the Chata and the Asham. So the Passover was never sacrificed for sin, not in Mitzrayim or any time thereafter ever. The irony today is that the usurpers, the J guys here, they know this, but true believers don't. The Jews today know that the Passover was not a sacrifice for sin, and as long as believers continue to insist that it is, the Jews and others will keep denying Messiah. Yahuah told the prophet Isaiah that Mashiach would offer himself up as the Asham offering in Isaiah 53. Yeah, it blows away the Christian excuse. Exactly, Jermaine. 100%.
And what was the Asham offering again? What was that for again?
It's the offering. We'll get into it more here in a bit, but it's the only offering for, what was it? Defiant sin. Not defiant.
Ignorant.
Yeah, ignorant sin. Yes.
Okay, so like you just didn't know better. Like you had never heard about it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, precisely.
What about the Day of Atonement, when the high priest goes into the Holy of Holies? Isn't our Messiah's death very similar to the Day of Atonement, where there's two goats to be chosen from, Barabbas and Messiah, and then one is slain, and the blood then goes into the Holy of Holies?
Yeah,
Do you see that as well?
yeah, because there's the Azazel goat or scapegoat, and then the Asham. I believe it's the Asham offering there as well, the atonement. I could be wrong. I'd have to go look into that more. But yeah, it would be that same
I think
type of
in scripture it says that it was for all types of sin, for the unintentional and the intentional, for the Day of Atonement.
Yeah. Thank you.
The Day of Atonement was also for the whole nation of Israel, wasn't it? It's for all the sins of Israel.
Exactly.
So I really see Messiah's death as a Day of Atonement event where all the sins of Israel, all the sins of the believers can be forgiven. And wasn't in the book of the Patriarchs, wasn't the temple rent, the curtain rent in the temple, which was prophesied in the book of Levi? And it was rent because the whole temple system was corrupt. It was a sign of corruption. And the renting of the temple meant that we needed a temple no more. We have Messiah as our Melchizedek king, who is standing in the Holy of Holies, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's standing in the heavenly tabernacle doing these things. So it's not, we don't need one here on earth made of men's hands and stone. That's why our bodies are now the temple where Yahuah will dwell. But no, very good point. Thank you, brother. All right. So continuing here, so we're going to see in Isaiah 53 that, he prophesied Mashiach would be the Asham offering. And this is Isaiah 53, verse 10. But Yahuah was pleased to crush him, and he laid sickness on him, that when he made himself an offering for sin, which is Asham, H 8:17, that he would see a seed, and he would prolong his days, and the pleasure of Yahuah prosper in his hand. And the Asham offering is the only sacrifice for sin that requires a male lamb, the only one. Now apply this understanding to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. These lost sheep are, of course, the northern kingdom of Israel, also known as the northern 10 tribes, or Ephraim. And we've gone over the Ephraim awakening in the season of deception. We went over that a bit in Sister Miranda's presentation, actually. So this kind of correlates with that. So Ephraim, that was sent into exile by the king of Assyria. The house of Israel is not to be confused with the southern kingdom of Yehudah, also known in Scripture as the house of Yehudah, which was allowed to return to the land after their Babylonian captivity. Here is a nation guilty of defiant sin and is struck with spiritual leprosy and sent outside the camp into the world in exile. And their only hope? Healing and the blood of a slain male lamb as an Asham atoning offering for their sin. Messiah was going to offer himself up as an Asham offering for sin, specifically a male lamb, because we all, who are the lost sheep of the house of Israel, or Ephraim, have gone astray by defiant sin and are sent into exile away from his presence. The Passover lamb is an anniversary meal and not a sacrifice for sin. The animal is slaughtered for Passover, not sacrificed. At the time of the Exodus, and even in the days of Messiah, the animal was slaughtered to be eaten, all of it. According to the command of Yahuah, its head with its legs and its inward parts were all to be eaten, which is found in Exodus 12:9. No part of the slaughtered animal was ever placed on the altar of Yahuah to be burned as a sacrifice. None of it. Hold on. Let me catch up with chat here. I see lots going on. Sorry. Let's see. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Yeah, no, so Jessica, that's what we're going to go over right here, actually. Yeah, we can get back to it. No worries. I just saw the chat blowing up out of the corner of my eye, so I was like, uh-oh, better check.
Yeah, and if there's anybody in the chat that's confused about when a day starts, I'm not sure if Jeremy's going to touch on that, but the specific requirements for Passover is to be kept at evening. That doesn't correlate with the day starting at the evening. And that's kind of a big thing to get into, but I'm sure that we could direct you to studies that help better understand how we came to the conclusion that day is literally day and night is night, or else there'd be no reason to correlate the difference between the fasting of when Yahusha was in the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights, if that included the night part, if day included the night part as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I have lots of studies on that one, but
yeah, maybe Cheyenne is really good at finding stuff. Maybe she can post some of the things that you've written on about when a day begins, Jeremy. I have no idea where they
sure.
are. That's
I know,
Cheyenne's area of expertise.
right? I know my main article, there's a whole chapter on that specifically, on when a day begins, and I walk through all the scriptures as well, like pointing it out very specifically too. But yeah, we all agree here that the day begins at sun up, not sundown. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Cheyenne. Awesome.
I knew she could do it.
Right? Yeah, I totally spaced that I written a whole write-up about just that. So, thank you. Okay, let me continue here. Awesome. Thank you, Brother Ken, as well. All right, so we're talking about how the Passover lamb, it was not slaughtered or offered, it was not sacrificed or offered for any kind of atonement or anything. And it's because the animal was not a sacrifice, and most certainly not a sacrifice for sin. It was slaughtered to be eaten as a meal. And also keep in mind that the day of Pesach, Passover, is a regular workday, not the weekly Sabbath, or even one of the yearly prophetic Shabbatons, or high Shabbat days, as it begins in the evening. Yeah, so that's a big misconception as well. It's not the Passover night that's a high Sabbath. It's actually like a preparation day. And it's the 15th of the first month, the first day, official day of unleavened bread. That's the high Shabbat. So most importantly, Messiah is never described as a goat. And the Passover slaughter is a male goat or male lamb, both now and at the time of the Exodus. For Messiah to perfectly fulfill the typology of the Passover, he would also have to symbolize a male goat, and Messiah is never prophesied to be a goat. Yahuah makes it clear to Moshe that the type of animal that is to be slaughtered and eaten is to be taken from the sheep or from the goats, and Messiah is not a goat. Yeah, he's no goat, he's a ram. So we have Exodus 12, 3 through 6, and it's speaking about, well, the goat or the lambs in all these verses here. So we see the goat or the lamb, and we see goat or lamb, goat or lamb. We see it just several times here. And the typology of Mashiach is the lamb slain for sin, which is found in Isaiah 53, verses 7 and in 10, John 1, verses 29 and 36, 1 Peter 1, 13 through 21, and 1 Peter 3, 18. He is the unleavened bread, the bread from the Shamayim, and that's found in John 6, 35, 41, 48, and 51. And then he's the light, John chapter 8, verses 12, and chapter 9, verse 5. He's the door, John chapter 10, verses 7 and 9. The good shepherd, John, again, chapter 10, verses 11 and 14. The resurrection and life, John chapter 11, verse 25. The way, the truth, and the life, John 14, 6. And the vine, John 15, verses 1 and 5. Yeah, goats resist slaughter, lambs lay their lives down. Yeah, exactly, Lachlan. I agree. John used Roman time. Well, he was going off of, well, we're going to get into that because he's the one that points out the differences as well in between the Pharisees' times and the true ones. So notice that when his disciples, Yochanan the Immerser, and the prophet Isaiah are describing Mashiach, they describe him as a lamb slain for sin. Messiah describes himself as unleavened bread, light, a door, a good shepherd, and a vine, not a Passover goat or lamb. In fact, Mashiach says he is the unleavened bread of life 4 times. Could he be hinting that his crucifixion will be fulfilled on the high Sabbath day of unleavened bread? I would agree. Maybe because I wrote it, but anyways. So also we find in Jubilees, the 15th of the first month is the same day Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac, and the ram, or the male lamb, was caught in the bush. And this is found in Jubilees, so chapters 17 and 18 goes a lot into more detail about it, but we're just going to read these specific verses here. So Jubilees 17:15. And it came to be in the 7th week, in the 1st year, in the 1st month, in this Yobel, on the 12th of this month, there were voices in the Shamayim regarding Abraham, that he was trustworthy in all that he told him, and that he loved Yahuah, and that in every affliction he was trustworthy. I find it fascinating because we see the same thing really about Job as well. And then we get into Jubilees 18:3, and he rose early in the morning and saddled his donkey, so talking about Abraham, and took his 2 young men with him, and Yitzhak his son, and cut the wood for the burnt offering. And he went to that place on the 3rd day, and he saw that place far off. So if you read from chapter 17 to 18 here, you're going to see that it was 3 days after the 12th of the 1st month. So 12 plus 3 is 15th. So what day was it? The 15th of the first month that Abraham went to go offer up Isaac. So not only is Abraham and Isaac a typology of Yahuah and Yahusha, but this male ram was also a typology of Mashiach as well. So also, there was a 7-day waiting period between first fruits. And there are 2 reasons for this. And we'll go over I have a picture of the calendar down here, and I'll show you what I'm speaking about. So there was a 7-day ordination to become a priest, and he was becoming our king and high priest of the Melchizedek priesthood. And this is found in Leviticus 8, verse 33. And do not go outside the door of the tent of meeting for 7 days, until the days of your ordination are completed, for he fills your hands for 7 days. So on the 8th great day, they would be ready and ordained to start performing their services, the priests. And then we also have this being unclean after touching a dead body, as a spirit leaving his dead body would be considered touching a dead body. And this is found in Numbers 19, 11 to 12. So he who touches the dead of any human being is unclean for 7 days. He is to cleanse himself with the water on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he is clean. But if he does not cleanse himself on the 3rd day, then on the 7th day he is not clean. So this is really interesting here. And why? It's because the 3rd and the 7th day in Numbers 19 here. So the 3rd day would be the last day of unleavened bread, and the 7th day was the weekly Shabbat. And then first fruits, as he became our first fruits. And really quick, let me see. Do I have the picture down here? I'm sure it's pretty far down, right? We'll get to that in a bit. Sorry, I thought it was right here. So, first fruits happens on the 26th of the first month. And that's literally after the Sabbath, after unleavened bread has been finished. And this is exactly why. So we also have Hebrews 11:28, which reads, by belief he performed the Passover in the sprinkling of blood, unless he who destroys the firstborn should touch them. So this is Paul even saying that Mashiach observed the Passover. And then Psalm 89:27, I also shall make him my firstborn, the highest kings of the earth. So Messiah had to observe the Passover so the destroyer wouldn't take him, because he is the firstborn of Israel. So he's following Torah is what's going on. The timeline of his death, burial, and resurrection only works on the true Zadok calendar. The Passover was slaughtered to protect the firstborn of Israel, both man and beast. During the first Passover, goats and lambs were slaughtered, not sacrificed, to protect the firstborn males of man and animal from certain death of the destroyer. Mashiach did not die to protect the firstborn males of man and animal from the destroyer. He came to save his people from their sins. And there can be no question that Messiah came to suffer for sin. Nor can it be argued that Mashiach came to take away the sin of only the firstborn males of both man and beast. So Mashiach came to take away the sins of the world. His death would accomplish his mission and would fulfill the words of the Torah and the prophets. In Matthew 5:17, the Passover is a misapplication to the crucifixion that happened on the high Sabbath of unleavened bread on the 15th of the first month. The prophetic theme of the first Passover is all about saving a small remnant from the destroyer, Abaddon. And so it will be again for its prophetic fulfillment in the last days, as Yohanan describes in detail in the book of Revelation. The destroyer, Abaddon, is once again released to harm the earth and those upon it, except for those who are marked on the lintel of their doorway, their forehead, the frontal lobe of their brain, where knowledge is perceived, for protection. And Revelation 7, 1-4, also chapter 9, 1-11. And this will be the fulfillment of the Passover. It truly could be called the second Passover. Every Passover meal, excuse me, need a drink 1 second. All right. So every Passover meal since the first one in Mitzrayim has been merely a solemn anniversary dinner in remembrance of the moment that Yahuah passed over to himself every firstborn male, opening the womb of both man and animal. So Messiah ate and observed this anniversary meal on Passover, the day prior to his crucifixion, and told us to observe it in remembrance of him. And as the firstborn son of Yahuah, Mashiach Yahusha must have been greatly encouraged and comforted by the reminder that his father will redeem his firstborn son and will not let him be destroyed. Mashiach kept and ate the Passover the day before he died, and there is much debate as to whether or not the Passover was the day before Messiah died, or the actual day of the crucifixion. So in the Gospels, there are no less than 12 witnesses or mentions that all testify in agreement. 12. However, because popular tradition is based on one verse, which is the testimony of a person who is not even present at the Passover, and taken gravely out of context, confusion has led to division. And this is going to be in reference to Paul's referral to Messiah as the Passover lamb. So it is shocking how frequently supposed followers of Messiah will cast aside Messiah's own words in favor of a man who is very misunderstood and whose writings are taken out of context by many. Even though Messiah says something 12 times, that they observed that Passover, ate the Passover, Paul seems to say something only once in contradiction, although it's not a contradiction at all. Paul is simply making a comparison or an expression to Messiah's blood being our covering, like the blood of the Passover lamb. But the masses continue to follow the creation instead of the Creator, following traditions of men. How is that any different from the Pharisees and Sadducees? Sadly, even now, it is the man-made teachings of followers of Messiah that prevent many from seeing the truth of Yahusha HaMashiach. And Messiah rebukes and condemns the traditions of men that usurp the commands of Elohim. So during Messiah's time, it was the teachings and commands of the Pharisees and Sadducees that were nullifying the word of Elohim. Today, that honor belongs to the quote-unquote church, churchianity, and fake or false Torah teachers. The book of John provides us with ample evidence that the religious authorities, the Pharisees, Sadducees, all that, they had succeeded in changing the appointed times, just like they still do today. For even Messiah's own brothers did not follow his lead, as they were observing the man-made teachings of that day. And this is apparent in John 7, verses 2-9, where Mashiach refused to observe Sukkot at the same time as his brothers, because it was on a different calendar. And according to the testimony of Messiah, we have two choices from which to conclude. Either Messiah was a disobedient rebel who refused to obey the command of Yahuah by not gathering at the commanded time of Sukkot, or, which is what's going on, Messiah was following a different calendar. And Messiah was definitely no rebel. So let's look at the account from John. And yeah, there's just so many people that want to say, no, there's just one calendar. They were all observing, the same calendar as the Pharisees. And, that's simply just not the case. And we're going to see that not only apparent in the death, burial, and resurrection, but we're going to see it here at the festival of Sukkot, which is in the 7th month as well.
Exactly. Yeah, Messiah did it. He celebrated the Passover according to the correct Zadok calendar and was, killed on unleavened bread. But according to them, they were just about to do their slaughterings. That's why they were off. So he did it according to the correct time, but their calendar was one day after that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's why they were saying, hey, we got to get his body down because tomorrow is a high Shabbat.
Yep, precisely. You got it. And yeah, we're going to just show through scriptures, prove that out even more so. And this is going to be John, and it's chapters 7 through 9 that we're going to read through. But I know we've read through this before, but this is just, reiterating the facts here. So, so we have John 7, verse 2. And the festival of the Yahudim was near, the festival of Sukkot. So he's calling it the festival of the Jews right here, is what he's saying. And when we read the accounts we're going to read in Passover, he even says the Passover of the Jews and things like that. But when they are observing Passover, he doesn't say the Passover of the Jews. He just simply calls it the Passover. But let me continue. So this was around the time of Sukkot. And John chapter 7, verses 8 through 11. You go up to this festival. This is after his brothers were asking him to go to Sukkot with them. And I am not yet going up to this festival, for my time has not yet been fulfilled. My time has not yet been filled. And having said this to them, he stayed in Galilee. But when his brothers had gone up to the festival, then he also went up, not openly, but as it were in secret. And the Yahudim therefore were seeking him at the festival and said, where is he? So why didn't Messiah want to attend the festival at the same time as his apostles? So as stated above, just like Passover and unleavened bread, the time of the true festival of Yahuah and the Jews overlapped that year. So Messiah departed later at the proper time, which would be the 15th of the 7th month. And then continuing on, John chapter 7, 14 through 16. And about the middle of the festival, Yahusha went up into the Mikdash, and he was teaching. And the Yahudim were marveling, saying, how does this man know letters, not having learned? And Yahusha answered them and said, my teaching is not mine, but his who sent me. So the middle of Sukkot is the Sabbath day. And this was the true 7th-day Sabbath Messiah was keeping. And this would be the 18th of month 7. And then John 7:37, and on the last great day of the festival, Yahusha stood and cried out, saying, if anyone thirsts, let him come to me, and let him who believes in me drink. The last great day is the 22nd day of month 7, on day 4 of the week. The following verses are about the 23rd of the 7th month. So John 7:53, and each one went to his own house. And John 8:1, and Yahusha went to the Mount of Olives. And this is going to coincide with 2 Chronicles 7:10. And on the 23rd day of the 7th month, he sent the people away to their tents, their houses. And that's what we see going on right up here. And we're going to confirm this even more as we read on. So rejoicing and glad of heart for the goodness that Yahuah had done for David and for Shalom and for his people Israel. No, didn't do the calendar chat yet, brother. Well, I guess this is kind of about the calendar, but more about Pesach. So we know Messiah sent everyone to their own houses on this date to fulfill the scripture prophesying of him. And we see this is the scripture prophesying about exactly that. And this is again giving us more evidence through scripture of the Zadok calendar, as no other calendar will match what we have seen here. And next, we have John speaking of the 24th of the 7th month. So John 8:2, and at dawn he came again to the Mikdash, and all the people were coming to him. Having sat down, he was teaching them. And then the 25th of the 7th month, in John 8:57 through 59. And the Yahudim therefore said to him, You are not yet 50 years old, and you have seen Abraham? Yahusha said to them, Truly, truly, I say to you, before Abraham came to be, I am. Therefore they picked up stones to throw at him. But Yahusha was hidden and went out of the Mikdash, going through the midst of them, and so passed by. In John 9:1 through 6, and passing by, he saw a man blind from birth. And his Talmudim asked him, saying, Rabbi, who sinned, that this man or his parents, that he should be born blind? And Yahusha answered, Neither this man or his parents sinned, but that the works of Elohim might be made manifest in him. It is necessary for me to work the works of him who sent me while it is day. Night is coming, when no one is able to work. While I am in the world, I am the light of the world. Having said this, he spat upon the ground, made clay with the saliva, and applied the clay to the eyes of the blind man. So this is also another big clue of, when the days begin, from Messiah's own words, doing the work when it is day, because night is coming when nobody works, because nobody worked at night. They didn't have, modern electricity and things like that like we have. They didn't do overnight shifts and things like that back then. That's only a modern concept. But anyways, continuing. So how do we know this was the 25th of the 7th month? Well, John 9:14 through 16 is going to confirm it. So it was a Sabbath when Yahusha made the clay and opened his eyes. Therefore the Pharisees also asked him again how he had received his sight. And he said to them, He put clay on my eyes, and I washed, and I see. Therefore some of the Pharisees said, This man is not from Elohim, because he does not guard the Sabbath. Others said, How is a man who is a sinner able to do such miracles? And there was a division among them. So the 25th day of month 7 is the 7th day Sabbath. And this only fits on Yahuwah's true calendar if you simply do the math backwards from John chapter 9. So we see the festival going on. So month 7, we know it was Sukkot. He comes to the actual starting time of Sukkot. And then we see the Sabbath day is in the midst of Sukkot right here, because we have 1, 2, 3 days, Shabbat, 1, 2, 3 days, and then the last great 8th day. So it's in the midst of the assembly, just like we read. And then the 25th of the 7th month is a Shabbat day. So all you have to do is do the math backwards, and you'll see all these dates that we just read. That's how they're going to line up. It's really profound, and we can see how Yahuah works there, how he hides things right in plain sight, just like that. And it's really amazing. So we have read the accounts of Messiah observing the commanded Kodesh festival days at a different time than the Pharisees. Now, let's continue to read the 12 witnesses who all testify that Messiah observed and obeyed the Torah of the Passover, the day before he died, which was not according to the ruling calendar of the religious authorities at the time, the Pharisees and Sadducees. Messiah had already revealed that his time of observing the festivals was different than the traditions of men in the day in the account of Luke. Now, let's read Messiah's own testimony in the book of Matthew. Also, I would like to add really quick, which I should add to this write-up. In the book of the Nazarene, it's the last few chapters actually, it mentions how the Pharisees and Sadducees and all them, they had different calendars. And it mentions that they couldn't even agree on the festival dates. And it's just more evidence of, yes, there was different calendars at this time, regardless of what people's feelings might say or what calendar they want to follow, because they all just want you to believe like, oh yeah, even Messiah was observing a lunar calendar. No, he wasn't. He was observing a completely different calendar. And we can see this all throughout just the book of John itself. But let me continue here in the book of Matthew. So this is Matthew 26, verses 17 through 19. And on the first of Matzot, so speaking about the Passover, the Talmudim came to Yahusha, saying to him, "Where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Pesach?" And so we have to remember, these are men who followed scriptures. It is labeled specifically for Passover, how to prepare the lamb, how to cook it, all the specific instructions. So they were preparing the Passover, the lamb and everything on this day, regardless of what people, their feelings say to them. They were eating the lamb here. And those who say, eating meat is a sin, they especially don't like this stuff. But let me continue. And he said, "Go into the city to a certain man and say to him, 'The teacher says, my time is near. I am to observe the Pesach at your house with my Talmudim.' And the Talmudim did as Yahusha had ordered them and prepared the Pesach." So again, here in Matthew, we see many mentions of the Pesach, to observe the Pesach, to eat the Pesach, which included lamb, according to the specific instructions in Scripture. So this is the day of Passover, which is the 14th of the first month, which is clarified in the conclusion of the same sentence when the disciples acknowledge that Messiah wishes to eat the Passover. Further, we cannot ignore the very word of Messiah when he states that he is to observe the Passover. He would not dare to transgress the command of his Father by adding to the Torah or taking away from it by observing the command on a different day. If there remains any doubts on his unwavering obedience to the command, verse 19 testifies that Messiah ordered the disciples to prepare the Passover. Now let's read the book of Mark. So Mark chapter 14, verses 12 through 16. And on the first day of Matzot, when they were slaughtering the Pesach, his Talmudim said to him, "Where do you want us to go and prepare for you? Go and prepare for you to eat the Pesach." And he sent out 2 of his Talmudim and said to them, "Go into the city, and there a man bearing a jar of water shall meet you. Follow him, and wherever he enters, say to the master of the house, 'The teacher says, where is the guest room in which I am to eat the Pesach with my Talmudim?' And he shall show you a large upper room, furnished, ready. Prepare for us there." And his Talmudim went out and came into the city and found it as he said to them. and they prepared the Pesach. So again, we see the same thing, slaughtering the Pesach, eating the Pesach, preparing the Pesach in the upper room. And it gets pretty hard to deny it. And, especially churchianity, they like to vehemently deny all of this.
Why are they saying that's the first day of unleavened bread? Are they just saying the first day of the starting of the festival period? Because
Yeah.
typically, okay, so that's just a general term. They're not saying that's day one of unleavened bread.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so Passover is just it's the beginning of the festival of unleavened bread. I think I
Yeah,
explained that
why
a
are
little
they
bit
saying
earlier.
why are they saying day one? Because in my mind, it was always like the Passover, that's just the evening before, but then day one starts the next day and it goes for the 7 days.
Yeah, like day one as in like the season, like it's starting. And Passover does kick it off, but it doesn't officially start until the 15th.
Right.
That's because Passover was actually added at the Exodus to the
Maybe they're
beginning of
counting
it.
it kind of as a prep day. Maybe they're saying,
Yeah.
it's part of the festival
Well,
because it's a prep
Passover
day.
happens at night.
Yeah,
so the first day of unleavened bread is the next day.
Yeah, that's
Correct.
what we're saying. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so that's
But
just
that's
the
what I was saying
terminology.
in the oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. Sorry.
All I was saying was that's what made it confusing, because in the passage, the first thing said that the first oh, can you scroll up a little bit? Right there, and on the first day of Matzoth, when they were slaughtering the Pesach.
Yeah.
That's kind of confusing.
Yeah, I can see how it can get confusing. Probably may go back to the Strong's Concordance or something about that, because it could say something different. Actually, we can do that. So Mark 14:12.
Maybe it just said festival right there.
Yeah, let's see. Let me.
Unleavened bread.
Yeah, close those ads out.
It does say in Exodus 12, verse 17, it says, "You shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this self-same day I have brought you out of the land of Egypt." So it is the first day, but it's a total of 8 days. The first day of unleavened bread is basically him trying to separate that's going to be a special Sabbath. And then the 7th day, the last day, is a special Sabbath when he's explaining in chapter 12 of Exodus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
So maybe that's what it is when they were celebrating the first day of unleavened bread. And because that he was on a different calendar, so maybe that was a different day than them.
Well, according to that would have made it a day after, like the Jews were doing.
Yeah, isn't that what you said, Jeremy? Was that they were a day off?
They were a day after, so their first day of unleavened bread would have been the day after he was crucified. Or not crucified, but, killed.
Yeah, well, that's why when he was up there, they wanted the bodies taken down before their Passover started. Not only that, but they started their days in the evening versus, how it should be.
Yeah.
But
that makes sense.
Yeah, but I would agree that this is just speaking about when Passover begins, which Passover does begin, Festival of Matzah, but because it begins at night, the official first day is not until the 15th.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, oh yeah, so I was actually going to get into that next here. Let's see, 1 second.
Right, because it's not called the Night of Matzah.
Yeah, exactly. So again, we see in Mark that the expression appears that Passover is considered the first day of the weekly celebration of unleavened bread. And this is not to be confused with the actual first day of unleavened bread, which is a Sabbaton, a non-working high Sabbath. And this is on the 15th day of the first month. And we know this is an expression because of the clause that defines the phrase preceding it. So Mark clarifies the matter by stating that it is on this day the disciples were slaughtering the Passover lamb. If Messiah was obeying the command of Elohim, then the day Passover lamb was to be slaughtered was the 14th day of the first month in the evening. Messiah states again that he is to eat the Passover with his disciples. So as we read above in Luke, which, we read Luke right there at the beginning. So he takes the expression a step further by telling us that this was the day that the Passover had to be slaughtered. Had to be. So the King James renders the verse, when the Passover must be killed. And these are all the Strong's concordance for each of those words. So additionally, Messiah states that he will eat this Passover before his crucifixion, his death. With desire I have desired to eat this Passover with you. And he said to them, before my suffering. So Mashiach himself tells us that the day of Passover is the day before he is put on that stake. And therefore, the next day, the day he was put to death, is the 15th day of the first month, which is the high Sabbath day, the high Sabbath of unleavened bread. And that's the same day Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac as well, which we read about. Do we need to remove all leaven on the 14th day or the day before? You could start, but it's that 14th day because it's the preparation for all of that. And it was that night that, they had to leave in haste. So there was no time to add leaven or anything. So really, you would have up until, just before the Passover begins to get rid of all your leaven. But we've also been talking about that, how leaven is it's a representation of sin. And yes, it also has to do with the yeast that makes bread rise. We should get rid of that. And, we went over a bit how some people, they do like to go a bit overkill and things like that, like removing condiments and all kinds of stuff. And, the command is specifically about the yeast, the yeast that makes the bread rise, and specifically sin as well. But again, take everything to Yahuah and do as you feel convicted. Hold on 1 second.
I'm not sure it's actually sin. I think leaven is a reference to pride. So let's say in the last year I've become prideful in a particular area. It's for me to examine that during the Feast of Unleavened Bread, if that makes any sense. I think leaven is pride, puffed up, like the Pharisees. You're puffing yourself up with pride in knowledge, and we should remain humble and wash each other's feet.
1 Corinthians 5:6 says that it's sin.
Yeah, pride is part of sin as well.
Yeah, all of it.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. It has to do, because we do also see that, beware the leaven of the Pharisees and Sadducees. It can also do with sin, pride, even adding the commands to Yahuwah's word like they were doing, you know? Yep. And
I kind of
Shalom.
went back. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I kind of went back and forth for years about how how strict to be about what I was going to be throwing out of my house, you know, but you know what it does come down to was, yeah, you know, how they do talk about is a little bit of leaven is just like sin, and how you know, it makes the whole loaf rise or whatever. But you know, the biggest thing, you know, and you know, this is kind of part of Jewish tradition that just comes to mind, not that I do any of it, but you know, for, you know, the whole entire week, they kind of go throughout their house and, you know, make sure there's no crumbs of this or that, you know, of breadcrumbs. And they do just a very, you know, thorough search of, you know, what they have in their house to make sure that there is nothing in there. And once again, it's not really even, you know, about the physical part. It's about the spiritual part, and lining that up with the fact that, you know, okay, well, maybe I got this in my life, or maybe I got that, but really doing a thorough search in your heart and looking in corners that haven't been cleaned out in a while. Like, a person might have some outward sin that's pretty obvious, right? But what about those, you know, inward parts and the corners of your heart where you haven't really let anybody get to, or where you haven't even, you know, asked Yah to examine of you anyway? So I think it's, you know, mostly a spiritual time of, in, you know, looking deeper into our own hearts to see, you know, what we can rid sin of. I mean, definitely the physical, but we don't want to have leaven in our house. But I'm saying that that's what's the most important.
Absolutely with you there, sister. Yeah.
Okay, to give leavening agents to other people.
No, yeah. I see that one posted in the Torah group all the time. Oh, can I just let my friend borrow my starter or whatever, you know? And it's like, well, you know, if we are looking at it like it does, you know, represent the sin or whatever, then it's like, do you just want to kind of get rid of it for a while and then, you know, invite it back into your life, you know? So it's kind of just a time to do a complete cleaning out and start fresh.
It's a fascinating thing.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If sin, I mean, if the leaven represents sin, why do we reuse it after the unleavened bread? Why do we, like, I mean, not reuse, like, if we're getting out old leaven, but I mean, we go back to using leaven, but that's not bad. Are we? I guess I'm
leaven
just like,
leaven in itself is not a bad thing. Just like a cedar tree in itself is not a bad thing, but we're not going to put up a Christmas tree, right? So it's just what it's symbolizing at this time. But no, leaven in itself is not a bad thing to have.
okay, so just because it represents sin for this particular feast doesn't mean it represents sin all the time.
Yeah, correct. So there's leaven for like baking leavened bread and things like that. But for this specific context, for the specific festival, it's a representation of that sin as well. Yeah, it's not always sin, like you said, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because sometimes these questions pop into my mind. I'm like, but literally, or no, I guess it's from a logical standpoint. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. No, I can understand that because, yeah, it can get confusing. Like, oh, leaven represents sin, then should we never have leaven? Well, it's not saying that. It's just saying this is a representation of sin and how we should remove it, especially around this time. And then...
so it's meant to be as a metaphor, not physically for real.
Yeah, correct. Exactly.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's kind of how the tzitzits are, right? The tzitzits aren't his law, right? But it's a good reminder of following it. Same with this. It's, getting the leaven out doesn't get the sin out of your life, but it's a good reminder of how we need to look inside of ourselves to get rid of that sin.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
that makes sense. That was a good one too. That's a good analogy.
I agree. That was a really good analogy, actually. I like that one. I'm going to have to use that in the future.
We have to remember too in scripture that there's the leaven of the shamayam or the heavens. So leaven or sourdough or yeast or whatever, it's representing anything that puffs up the lump of dough that you're making. And we're called a lump of dough. So we have to get rid of the old leaven of wickedness, evil, malice, all these bad fruits, and make room and have a whole week of unleavened matzot so that we are an unleavened lump, so that we can make room for the good fruits of the root, the good leaven that's going to come in the next year.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, just starting over as well. That's why, like Sophia was saying, people ask their friends, oh, can you hold on to my starter until afterwards? Well, just toss it out and start over, Don't invite that same sin back in.
Yeah, and I see that. I see it as a starting over, a beginning for the. It's just started the new season, hasn't it? It's and perhaps this is where New Year's traditions and things like that stem from. It's a clean start, isn't it? This is what we're looking for, a clean start to the new seasons that are coming.
Yeah, interesting. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's what came to my mind too, was just the spring and the new year and all of that.
Yeah, awesome. I love it. Yeah, very good point. That is where these modern day traditions do come from.
Can I just also put in something? People
Yeah.
talking about finding a loophole. People talk about finding a loophole to try and get rid of their starter, as in someone going, please babysit my starter and then I'll use it later, just give it back to me later. But that's just also showing a lack of trust. You're not trusting that you can make another starter to start again. And I find that every year they just get better and better. It's going to be okay. Chuck out the old. I'm on my way to...
No, awesome. Yeah, sister, exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jermaine. It just shows a complete heart posture. Is that how you want to treat his commands? Is trying to find a loophole to any of them, or do you really want to love and obey him?
Exactly. That's what it's really about. There's too many out there that try to find too many loopholes to get around having to obey. So yeah, it's best just to start it all over,
I find it interesting though that so I read King James. It's one of my favorites. But anyways, it literally says to remove. It doesn't say anything about destroy.
I think you're breaking up there.
Get it out.
You're breaking up there a bit for me, sister.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you much better.
Okay, I was saying, so I read the King James, and something specifically that has stood out to me in the 4 years of learning to walk this out, it says remove. It does not say destroy. It just says remove it.
Yeah.
So in my mind, to me, that doesn't mean. I mean, maybe different versions say something else. Maybe the actual word for that, I should probably look at that. But to me, remove doesn't mean destroy. It just means to take it out of your homes. It doesn't say anything about bringing it back, but it doesn't say you can't.
If you remove a sourdough starter and let it ferment for 8 days, that thing is going to be gross.
Well, I don't use starter. I just use yeast.
Yeah, but just like thinking back to how they're thinking, like a fresh milled sourdough starter, mine is ready in 4 days. So I started the day after matsu, and then it's ready for first fruits of barley for the wave sheaf. Like fresh milled sourdough, I can't even let it go overnight in my fridge. It will over ferment. So I can't imagine just setting it out of your home and leaving it for 8 days. That would breed so much bacteria and grossness.
Oh, well, I have no understanding of sourdough starter, so I can't really comment on that. I just know that it says remove leaven. I just go based off of, removing it, so that's what I do. And I don't so since I don't have something that is actually alive like that, I guess that would be very different. You would just have to just kill it.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's one of the reasons why, like, if you can do it this year, it'd be an amazing experiment to do, even if you only have just all-purpose flour or gluten-free or whatever. But yeah, trying to keep a sourdough starter alive, man, those things are needy.
I can't even keep a plant alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Angel, the initials AP. I've never heard of, I don't know what sourdough starter is, and I'll look these things up later. But if someone could just briefly explain, because like if ever I don't bake bread too often, but I bought like flour and just yeast and oil and water. And the time that I did celebrate my Passovers, I did just like remove the yeast out of my house, but it was never even open, and I did bring it back like I guess when it was done. But can you just like break down a little bit more about the difference between the sourdough starter and like, I never heard of this before. I'm sorry if I'm asking a silly question.
No, that's not silly at all. So you've heard of sourdough bread, right?
Yes, correct.
Right.
I've eaten it before, but I'm not a fan of the taste.
Yeah, so a lot of people like it because it has a lot of nutritional value. And so you can make your own starter at home with just, flour and water and sugar. So you don't even need to do that. You can, it's just fermented, and you keep it in a jar at home. And so a lot of people have kept it over months or years or whatever. But basically it's just a live culture of a starter that you have at home that people.
So
sorry, that was not a good
agent,
explanation. Somebody else could probably do a better job telling you about it. Sorry.
I'm curious if I may ask a little bit more detail. So I know there's like leaven and then leavening agents, I guess I've heard before. So there's a difference. Like the one is the product itself, or like it's separate, so it's not mixed in yet, so it's not leavened if it's mixed in. Like, is there something
so like you would
about
want to
that?
get rid of you would want to get rid of like all breads and tortillas and baking powder and yeast, things like that. So things that already have it in it. So I made a big boo-boo this week. And when I went to the grocery store, I bought, a lot of bread on accident. And now I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to eat all this bread before Friday. But yeah, so all the things that already has it in it, and then you would want to get out anything that could leaven it, things that are used. So like baking,
that
like I
I'm
said, baking
aware of.
powder. Yeah.
But this is the sourdough starter for someone who makes this. Is this something that already has leaven in it? I guess that's why I'm trying to understand.
It is its own leavening. Yeah. So what it is just it's just flour and water, and then it sits on the counter, and I think that's a fermentation process. I think, and it just kind of becomes alive.
Is the leaven? I'd always thought the leaven was the yeast that you would add in to make it rise, or like or baking soda could be a leavening agent, right? Is that correct? Like
I think, it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The weird part is that yeast is in the air.
Yeah.
It's always around.
So may I ask? I think I understand everything for the most part now. what inside the sourdough starter makes it a leavening agent? I guess is because you said it's just
It's
the
a
Well,
sourdough. The what?
bacteria.
Okay,
yeah,
It's a
okay,
yeah,
bacteria. It's a
Yeah.
culture, kind of like
Mhm.
yogurt.
okay. All right. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
I think
yeah.
it
No
pulls the
problem.
yeast out of the air. There's yeast in the air. I don't think you can remove yeast from your home because it's everywhere. I think it's in the air. It's on things. I think this is
Absolutely,
pertaining
it's
to
in the
bread.
air.
You know, it's pertaining to bread, isn't it? You know, unleavened bread. I think if you have a pack of biscuits or something, I mean, for me, that's not bread. I don't know whether there's probably a raisin agent in there, but I used to empty the house out. I used to go through the whole house, put anything in packets and boxes, and get rid of anything. And I just think, hang on a bit, what are we actually doing here? You know, it's unleavened bread. It's like I can't remember who said earlier. It's about searching our heart and getting rid of the parts and inspecting our own homes, our own bodies, our own hearts to see where there are places for us to perhaps get rid of and perhaps to start the year working on, if you know what I mean.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that's a really good point because one of the big things that I've learned to do during unleavened bread is literally reading Leviticus. Literally, especially chapter 19 with personal conduct and how we're supposed to treat people.
yeah. I agree. And there is just yeast in the air around as well. So when you take, that flour and things like that, you add the water to it and you let it sit for a few days, it's going to start fermenting. And that's from the yeast that's in the air. And that's what leaven is. And then, the phrase a little leaven leavens the whole lump, because you only need to take a little bit of that, that starter, really, add it to your, flour that you're making your bread with, and it'll leaven your whole lump. So
I think
you
the
will,
whole point is like it's an exercise of just like we could never fully remove it. It's all around us. Like we are prone like to sin. We're prone for iniquity. Like we're just that is in our nature. So he is our unleavened bread. And I think that's what Jeremy's been driving home. It's like not the Passover lamb, like we eat that, but he's the unleavened bread that we need to cover us to yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
our
exactly right.
houses are our temple and our bodies are our temple. So we examine our house really well for it, and then we examine our own body and spirit for because we're the temple.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And the bread is also the word, and we know Messiah is the word made flesh. So that's why he's the bread from the Shamayim. He's that manna bread. But yeah, so
And wasn't it in the book of Nazarene where he mentions that this is the bread, eat it in remembrance of me. This is my body. This is my service unto others. So the bread is service unto others. Do you know what I mean? It's how we treat
yeah,
other people and how we should be living our lives for other people more than ourselves, if you mean, in service to others. And our Messiah did a great example of washing his disciples' feet. He was still in service to others the day before he was murdered. And that for me is what unleavened bread is all about. It's looking at inward, contemplating perhaps some of the relationships that we have with people around us and looking to improve those, maybe looking to improve some of our own characteristics, and starting afresh. The unleavened bread is a fresh beginning for the year, like I said earlier. But we're looking at our relationships with others, and inwardly we're looking at our characteristics or our flaws and trying to improve on them for the year to come.
Absolutely, I agree. That's really what it's about, to be honest. And I believe that also has to do with, why he says, observe it in remembrance of him now. Because of all those things he was doing, serving others is what it's about. Loving others. Carrying one another's burdens, being there, helping the poor, needy widow and orphan. That's what it's all about, really. Yeah, no, awesome points that everybody brought up there, and really great explanations as well. All right, so let me continue here. Let's see, we don't have too much more. We're definitely over halfway through reading this. All right, so
sorry, it's bedtime here, so I'm just going to say good night to everyone and enjoy the rest of the fellowship.
Yeah, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Sleep well, and yeah, thank you for joining. We always love your input here, brother. Yeah, or we have Sumi who empties even the crumbs from her toaster. Yeah, the good news of Mashiach is leaven. Yeah, the leaven of heaven. Like what Micah said. All right. So we were talking about how scriptures, specifically in the Brit Hadashah, the New Testament, it mentions throughout Luke, Mark, and Matthew over 12 times that the quote-unquote Last Supper that everybody calls it was actually the Pesach. So notice that the scripture states 12 times that this meal was the Passover all throughout Luke, Mark, and Matthew. And we even see it there in John as well. So how many more times do we need to be told this before we will believe it? This was the day the Passover slaughtered. This was the day the Passover was slaughtered. Hold on, I'm going to fix that right now. It's like, what's going on here? All right, so this is the day the Passover was slaughtered. Messiah ordered the disciples to prepare it. The disciples obeyed the command of Messiah, and Messiah and his disciples ate the Passover the day before his death. And the Jewish authorities at the time were following a different calendar that stemmed from the Babylonian, which was off by 1 day from Messiah's calendar, or the true calendar at that time, the Zadok calendar. And we see the same thing still happens to this day. The lunar Sabbaths and all these other Sabbaths and things like that, they will be like a day off from the true one. Not every single year, but every now and then they do line up. So Mashiach was killed the following day after the true Passover, which was the day of the Jews' Passover. And this is proven in the book of John. So John 13, 1 through 2. And before the festival of the Pesach. So notice he doesn't call it the Jews or the festival of the Jews Pesach. He actually calls it the Pesach here. Yahusha, knowing that his hour had come, that he should move out of this world unto the Father. Having loved his own who were in the world, he loved them to the end. And supper taking place, the devil, having already put it into the heart of Yehuda from Kerioth of Shimon, to deliver him up. So we see, just before the supper started, which was the day of Passover, this was what Yahusha was thinking. And then when Passover taking place, because it was literally just moments later, we see it was Pesach, because Judas was sent to deliver him up. And then we have John 19:42. So there then, because of the preparation of the Yahudim, the preparation of their Passover, they laid Yahusha, because the tomb was near. And that goes with,
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I've noticed this before. This isn't the first time that this came to mind, and I shared with these guys. I'm so humble and open to learning from everyone. There's no judgment. I study on my own a lot, and anything anyone has to share, I'll go test it and verify it. And I was conflicted. I started studying through those scrolls, the Q 431 and 432 earlier. I saw what you said about the 7th month and the 8th month. But it almost seems like when you mentioned that just now, like that the Jews hadn't had their Passover, it almost seems like there's a one-day discrepancy even in that story or situation. Like as if the Messiah and his disciples, if I'm understanding this correctly, held their Passover at like a correct time or whatever time it's supposed to be. But then it says like at how that part that the Jews didn't go into the temple because they didn't want to be defiled because they hadn't eaten their Passover. So it seems like that this is almost like a day behind. You think this has any similarity with the conflict of those who are between that 4th and 5th day start? That this has always been the case, even 2,000 years ago, or however many years ago it was?
Well, there was the next day. The Pharisees was the next day, and it's because back then they were following a floater lunar quasi week, like basically the month.
I've heard that before, but it makes me almost think because I know you said that sometimes some years the lunar calendar is pretty spot on, and I know Enoch says like every 3, 5, and 8 years they kind of like do their little cycle or whatever the case. And forgive me if I'm not saying it exactly correct if I'm paraphrasing, but it almost makes me think for a second that what if these Pharisees weren't on a lunar cycle, but what if it was the same kind of thing that's going on in today's system where people are trying to figure out this 4th or 5th day start? Like, what if they were just one day apart from each other? Like, is that something that has ever come to anyone's mind? Or it's just something that just came to my mind now. But it wasn't the first time. It came to my mind before. And as you read that again, I just thought that same thing. I said, well, they're only a day apart, like the moon is always 10 days behind every year. So I thought about that. And I just want to know if anyone else maybe had considered, or if that was something that was hidden in the text that we just didn't see, or is that a possibility?
Jeremy, weren't the Pharisees the ones that kicked out the Zadoks when they came back from Babylon, and they kept the moon one in place? But I think that there is a coincidence that like this year for some people, like it matches up to our Zadok calendar for some reason.
Yeah. And we have seen that and witnessed it in the past as well, where different calendars, they will line up and be just like a day apart from each other as well. So I don't think they had a confusion on a day 4 or day 5 start back then. I think the confusion was just the different calendar systems that were in place, because there was the true Zadok calendar that, Messiah no doubt was following. Then the Pharisees and Sadducees calendar that they had, which was, according to the sliver moons. There was also the Roman calendar, which they had several different calendars going on their end as well, all at the same time. And then who knows what other calendars were going on around there. But those are the most popular ones that were definitely going around at that time. And it just happened to be that this specific year, they kind of coincided with each other, like although a day off from one another.
I thought the same.
The new moon.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
No, you first.
I said I thought that when I read about the Passover, like that that Messiah was keeping, that Yahusha was keeping, it was like the day before the Jews were keeping, you know. So I had thought that quite often, and that's why I was so cute, like confused about the calendar, and it starting either on the fourth day or the next, you know. So yeah, I've welcome to the struggle.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually, you know, I'm glad I'm the only one, not the only one who questioned, like just started to think about that. But thank you guys for sharing. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for letting me ask my question.
Yeah, no problem. And yeah, we do see that discrepancy. There's a 1-day discrepancy here because the true Passover was observed by Messiah, and then the next day was the Jews. So for whatever reason, well, I know there's a reason because it's always Yahuah's reason, but they coincided that year specifically for a major reason. But we do still see, you know, that same thing happening even today, where different calendars, like I think it was like 2 years ago, all of the Zadok calendars were actually on the same exact days and dates and festivals. And it was when, you know, the Shabbat lined up with the Saturday. That year, actually, everybody who was following a Zadok calendar, we all had the same dates. It was really remarkable.
What year was that, Jim?
It was 2 years ago. And then I believe that same year, that's when the same thing happened that we see here. You know, that I think the lunar Sabbath Passover was like the next day after the Zadok Passover. So it played out exactly like that.
Can I ask one more question? This is based off something I read. I believe it's Jubilees chapter 50. I think like it talks about the laws of the Sabbath. And I'm not sure if that mentions also like about the Passover, but I think it says something about like, you know, the Passover is to be like killed in the evening and then like the 2/3 parts of the night into the, you know, first part of the morning and 2 parts of day into the next day. I know I'm paraphrasing and I can definitely find a verse to share. Does anyone remember reading that? And also like, is that kind of connect to why maybe, you know, there could be this discrepancy about like what time of the day or evening, you know, was the Passover really eaten? I'm going to share the verse on the group chat just so you guys can see. I hope I'm not confusing anyone. I just wanted to hear everyone's understanding.
Yeah, I know what verse you're speaking of. I actually use that in my When the Day Begins write up. So it's like Jubilees 47 or 49. But yeah,
I think it's 49. Yeah, it's at the end.
Yeah, and it talks about slaughter it and eat it when there's 2/3 part of the day, 2/3 part of the night.
Correct.
So that's showing that it's not completely dark yet.
Oh, Jeremy, I think you're breaking up a little bit.
Cutting out.
Oh, can you hear me?
Let me mute myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, it's speaking about the time to properly observe the Passover is when there's 2 parts day and 2 parts night. So not quite fully daytime, but not quite fully nighttime. So basically the Erev. And the problem that the Jews and those who start their day in the evenings come up with is that's when their day starts. So the reason there's a discrepancy with like the time that they want to do it and the true time to do it is because that's when their their day starts, which is in the evening. So it will, honestly, I don't know the mental gymnastics they do to like get around all of that, but they do attempt to do that. And that's why we see a discrepancy and like, oh, it should be at this time in the evening or this time in the evening. I think it's because of that whole evening day start thing. It throws a big monkey wrench into everything. Or for them. And I do know there was, like I said, there was the Pharisees and Sadducees calendar. there was the true calendar, there was the Roman calendar, and a lot of people were going off like the Roman time at that time as well, which they got their calendar from Greece or the Seleucid Empire, which got their calendar from Babylon. And also the Pharisees and Sadducees also got their calendar from the Seleucid Empire. So we see the Romans and the Pharisees both adopted it, or sorry, Greek and the Pharisees first adopted it, and then it kind of went separate ways where they started introducing the planetary week names and things like that on the Greek and Roman side, whereas the Pharisees calendar, they incorporated the Babylonian days and naming the months and the days as well, like Babylon, as they were originally just numbered. That's an awesome picture there, Brother Lockman. See, look at that. Marissa's not the only one drawn with crayons.
I bought some pencils and a notepad.
Nice. That's awesome. Marissa may have to hire you to do some calendar drawings for us. All right. Brain would be oozing with the head knowledge. It's honestly, it's from years and years of studying this out. You know, we almost 2 years, well, definitely over a year and a half we've been doing it here on this fellowship, and honestly, the repetition does help a whole lot for sure. Okay, so let me continue here. Did we read? So yeah, so John 19:42, he's speaking about the preparation day of the Yahudim, the Jews, and they wanted to take the men off the stakes because their Pesach was coming up, and then that next, their unleavened bread was starting as well, so they didn't want to, you know, they had their man-made laws and things like that. And of course, there's the touching the dead bodies and all that. So they wanted all of this done before their festivals were going to happen. So John tells us that the day Messiah was laid in the tomb was the preparation day, or aka the day of Passover of the Jews. John is the only writer to make the distinction of the quote-unquote Jews' Passover. And this is true because we see that all throughout John's writings when he's referring, like we read right here, he's referring to the true Passover. He just calls it Festival of Pesach. Referring to the Jews, he says of the Yahudim, the Jews. So why would he feel the need to make such a distinction if there was only one calendar? The day of Passover is called the preparation because it is a work day, and Passover doesn't begin until evening. A day in which goats and lambs are being slaughtered and houses are rid of leaven in preparation for the Passover meal that evening. Messiah died on the day of the Jews' Passover, not his. And this is so very important to understand. In the book of Luke, Messiah tells us that the day of Passover, when he eats the Passover meal, is the day before the day of his death. In the book of John, we are told that the day of Passover and the day of his death are one and the same. Yet, John also tells us he ate the Passover meal the day before. How can both be accurate? And this makes no sense if one cannot see that Messiah was following a different calendar. the true Zadok calendar. So we have the 14th of the first month, which is day 3 of the week. Messiah observed the Passover. Messiah died on the 15th, which is day 4 of the week, before the sundown, which, according to the 3 days and 3 nights of Jonah, this would be night 1 of 3, because it began that evening. Then we have the 16th day, which is day 1 of Jonah's 3 days of 3. And then the night of the 16th, making it night 2 of 3. Then the 17th day, day 2 of 3. Then the night of the 17th, night 3 of 3. Then the Shabbat day, which would be day 7, day 3 of 3. So this is the 18th of the first month, and he rose just before sundown. And that's the same time that he died on day 4. And this makes 3 days and 3 nights, just like Jonah. Then, just before the sun rises on the 19th, on the first day of the week, Miriam saw him at the tomb and wasn't allowed to touch him. And you can find this in Luke 24:1, Mark 16:1 through 2, and John 21, and Matthew 28:1. This is the only reckoning that explains and fits all 4 of these accounts. So again, we see he observes Passover, he dies, unleavened bread. So night 1, day 1, night 2, day 2, night 3, day 3. And then he rises on the Shabbat day, which is the 18th. Sorry, I should be down. No, this is right. So he rises here, and then Miriam, they come to the tomb just before the sun rises on the 19th. This is where he says, "Don't touch me, for I haven't ascended to the Father," things like that. And then we come all the way down to where these 7 days is for that priestly ordination. And that 7 days of, being unclean for touching the dead body. And we see that 1, 2, 3rd day is that last day of unleavened bread. And then that 7th day would be the Shabbat. This is how he becomes our first fruits, where they all gather and Thomas touches them and all that. That is the 26th, because he became our first fruits then. This only lines up with the Zadok calendar. And as you can see, it would only line up to the day 4 beginning of all these. Because if you slide over, you will no longer have a day 1 start over here. And it would no longer fit, Luke, Mark, John, and Matthew's account of, it being on the first day of the week. So there are some who claim that Matthew 28:9 explains that Messiah was touched the day of his resurrection. And this seemingly is contradictory to John 20:17, where Messiah told Miriam not to touch him. And so I have this in here because some people do think this, and, Covenant Calendar Club is actually why I have this in here, because this is the claim that they made, and they tried to, slip me up with. But scriptures answers scriptures. So Matthew 28:9. And as they were going to report to his Talmudim, see, Yahusha met them, saying, "Greetings." And they came and held him by the feet and bowed to him. So we see it saying held him by the feet here. Well, that would be contradictory into him saying, "Hey, don't touch me," here in John 20:17. Or Yahusha said to her, "Do not hold on to me, for I have not yet ascended to my Father. But go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my Elohim and your Elohim." So, the Hebrew gospel, the Hebrew book of Matthew, clears this up. And it shows that they did not touch, but bow at his feet. So, that same verse, Matthew 28:9, but in the Hebrew book of Matthew. And we see while they were going, Yahusha went out to them to the way, saying, "May El save you." Then they knelt at his feet and prayed to him. They didn't hold him by his feet and bow to him. They knelt and did obeisance to him that way. So it's pretty clear how they use the Greek to try to, say, look, there's contradictions in there. Don't believe it. No, we take it back to the Hebrew, and there's no contradiction at all. So not only do we see that Messiah himself observed the true calendar, which was different from the Pharisees' calendar, but Daniel prophesied that Messiah was to be killed in the middle of the week on the 4th day of the week as well. So we have Daniel chapter 9, verses 25 through 27. Know then and understand, from the going forth of the command to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until Mashiach, the Prince, is 7 weeks and 62 weeks. It shall be built again, with streets and a trench. But in the times of affliction, and after the 62 weeks, Mashiach shall be cut off and have not. And the people of a coming prince shall destroy the city and the Kodesh place. And the end of it is with a flood. And wastes are declared, and fighting until the end. And he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. And in the middle of the week he shall put an end to the slaughtering and the meal offering. And on the wing of abominations he shall lay waste, even until the complete end. That which is decreed is poured out on the one who lays waste. So there is so much hidden meaning in just these verses here. So the first most obvious is that Messiah would die on day 4 of the week. And the next is that his death will be a completion and fulfillment of sacrifice, because after which all sacrifice and offerings shall rest. And this is what we're seeing now. This is why we don't see or are really required to do these sacrifices and offerings here on earth. 1, because he fulfilled them, and 2, because he's actually doing them in the actual heavenly tabernacle. And we see that these offerings and slaughterings are made up until the day of judgment, until heaven and earth are renewed, because sin still does exist. So this confirms Isaiah's prophecy that Messiah would offer himself as the Asham sin sacrifice. And that's Isaiah 53:10, which we read above. And Yohanan the Beloved also testifies that Messiah was a lamb slain as an atoning sacrifice for sin. Again, in 1 John 2:2 and 1 John 4:10. Daniel is telling us that not only will Mashiach's death be a fulfillment of sin sacrifice, but it will also occur in the middle of the week on a day of rest. But this day of rest is not the weekly Shabbat. No, it's a high Sabbath day known in Hebrew as a Sabbaton, or Strong's H7677. This high Sabbath is the high Shabbat of unleavened bread. The Shabbaton are the 6 Sabbath days of the year in which no work is to be done. The 6 Sabbatons are the first and last day of unleavened bread, Shavuot, the Feast of Trumpets, first day of Sukkot, and the last great day. Plus the 4 heads of the seasonal months, which are festivals ordained to Noah, found in Jubilees chapter 6. And these are also high Sabbath days. So Messiah observed the Passover on the day prior to his death, when the animal had to be slaughtered. The Torah of Yahuah states that the Passover is slaughtered on the 14th day of the first month. We know that Messiah was killed the day after he ate the Passover, and that makes the day on which Messiah died the 15th day of the first month, the first day of unleavened bread, a high Sabbath, a Sabbaton. And that same day Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac, and the ram, or a male lamb, was caught in the bush and sacrificed instead. For him it was a day of rest, a high Sabbath day. Daniel's prophecy came true. And have you ever wondered why the Mashiach couldn't carry the stake? Was he badly beaten? Well, this is true, but do we honestly think that a man could prevail over the son of Yahuah? Could he not walk on water, disappear at will, survive 40 days without food, heal the sick, raise the dead, and call legions of messengers to himself? Is it possible that the reason he couldn't carry the stake had less to do with his physical strength and more to do with his keeping his father's command, which is why a Gentile was tasked with that burden? So someone else was tasked with carrying up his stake. Why? Was it because it was the high Shabbat day of rest? I believe so. And that can be found in Matthew 27:32, Mark 15:21, and Luke 23:26. Yeah, it is pretty amazing. Hold on. Let me catch up on the chat here. Sorry. Where can I find the Hebrew New Testament? Yeah, so a lot of people try to make that claim. Like, oh yeah, it was written in Greek. No, it was actually written in Hebrew. And we do, hold on one second. So right here, oh wait, Natalie already shared it. Or no, Tabitha shared it. There we go. Well, there we go. So yeah, the original New Testament, the Brit Hadashah, was actually in Hebrew. And we know that, well, one, because the Hebrew New Testament that is not only found in Spain, but India as well, that match up with each other, their writings are much older than the Greek text. We also know that there was the New Testament in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well, but they blew up that cave to hide that evidence. Sorry. Yeah, I did share the link there. Thank you, Tabitha. And thank you, Cheyenne, as well. Okay. So yeah, we see a lot of these deep connections starting to come through here as we read on. And I invite all of you to go read all this and test it for yourselves as well. You know, I only have so many of the verses here just to make it easier to read, so it's not going to take like 5 hours to read through it. So I only have the most important verses, but if you take the time and go and study it out, you can see for yourself as well. All praise to the Most High Yahuah. You are most welcome, Sister Tracy.
Thank you, Jeremy, for doing all of this and putting everything together and having all of us here to listen.
No problem. It is my pleasure, truly. All praise to the Most High Yahuah.
Jeremy?
Yeah.
What version of Hebrew Matthew do you have? Is it the Shem?
It's whatever this one. I know they use different translations to this group. I know there are different versions, but this one, hold on one second. On the website, it talks about it. Oh, here we go.
And it the Zephyrod.
Yeah, they have it from many different sources. I believe that was one of them, the Shem Tov and things like that. But their main sources are these books. So they found fragments and different New Testaments in Sephard, Spain, and Cochin, India as well.
Okay.
And
What
this
is
group's...
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think you were going to answer my question.
So this group has been doing a lot of work on specifically the ones from Sephard and Cochin, and they are working on translating them because not many have actually translated them, but they do have different sources to all the different areas where different Hebrew New Testaments were found as well. It's all on that site. And
okay, that's what I was looking for, is the site.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's HebrewGospels.com is the site.
Okie dokie, that sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah.
And if you need like actual PDF file copies, I have some of them in PDF files. I can post them to the library.
Yeah. I don't think I have all the PDF files in the library, but I do have these links in there. Yeah, feel free to share them in the library too. Yeah, they have the PDF files. I know for the Book of Luke, they have an actual physical copy that you can buy now. And they are still working on the Hebrew Book of Revelation, although there are other translations out there of the Hebrew Book of Revelation. But this specific group, they're working on it. And I do know, so a fellow Zadok calendar follower, although one who adheres to the Wednesday and Saturday, but, Victor, he's helping on this specific team as well. I know quite a few of us in here know who Victor is, but he's on that team as well, helping translate. So, I mean, it's pretty neat. Although I don't know with anyways, that's beside. Let me continue on here. We're almost here. And when we are finished, I know Sister Jane like to do your reading that we usually do in Psalms and Sirach. I know there was something else that you wanted to read as well, but we can get to that when we cross it here in just a moment. Okay, so let me read Jeremiah here. So Jeremiah 17:21 through 22. And the interesting about this specific verse too is you're not going to read this bear no burden or carry no burden out of your house on the Shabbats. He says this is a Torah command. Well, where do we find this in? It's in the book of Jubilees, actually. So this is a verse that proves the book of Jubilees is legit. And Jeremiah 17:21 and 22. Thus said Yahuah, guard yourselves and bear no burden on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem, or take a burden out of your house on the Sabbath day, or do any work. And you shall Kodesh the Sabbath day, as I commanded your fathers. So Messiah's middle of the week crucifixion can be proven by following the actions of the women immediately upon his death. Look for the trail of spices. So the women followed the body of Messiah as he was being laid in the tomb the day after his Passover, but on the day of the Jews' Passover. And again, Matthew 27:61, Mark 15:47, Luke 23:55, and John 19:40 through 42. This was on day 4 of the week, just before sundown. So night 1. The next day was a high Sabbath, a Sabbaton, the first day of unleavened bread. So for the Jews, wait, hold on. This was on day 4 of the week before sunset. Why do I have for the Jews? This was not for the Jews. Apologies. So this was a non-working Kodesh day in Jerusalem, which buying or selling was forbidden. And the women were thus prohibited from buying spices on this day. It is important to understand that the Greek language does not have a word-for-word vocabulary equivalent to Hebrew. Such is the case with the Strong's Greek word G4521, Sabbaton, which when translated into English becomes only the word Sabbath, when in fact the Greek Sabbaton is also employed to translate the Hebrew word Shabbaton. Sorry, I needed a drink there. So the unfortunate result of having English Bibles translated from Greek, which is translated from Hebrew, is that we inevitably lose the truth. The English translation is not infallible, and the Strong's Concordance is not scripture, or is it a dictionary? And it has errors as well. So is it a useful tool? Yes, absolutely. Is it absolutely perfect? No, not at all. We see that in the case of the word Chodesh. Has nothing to do with the moon, has nothing to do with sliver moons, full moons, or any phases of the moon. But they mistranslate it dozens of times as new moon. It's just one example. But anyways, continuing. Every English Bible translates the Greek word Sabbaton as Sabbath only. This has led to much confusion and even more division. The simple truth is that the Hebrew word Sabbaton, high Sabbath, has become lost to us, and its profound and prophetic meaning along with it. Studying the scriptures below, which have been corrected for this error, and Yahuah willing, the picture of the women and what they were doing, and when they were doing it, will become crystal clear. Keep in mind that the term "the preparation" was an expression for the Passover, not the preparation day for Shabbat. So John 19:31 through 33. Therefore, since it was the preparation day of the Jews, that the bodies should not remain on the stake on the Sabbaton, so G4521, for that Sabbaton was a high one. The Yahudim asked Pilate, to have their legs broken, and that they be taken away. Therefore the soldiers came and broke the legs of the first, and of the other who was impaled with him. But when they came to Yahusha and saw that he was already dead, they did not break his legs. In Mark 16:1, and when the Sabbaton, G4521, was passed, Miriam from Magdala and Miriam the mother of Jacob and Shalom brought spices to go and anoint him. Luke 23:56, and having returned they prepared spices and perfumes, and they rested on the Sabbath, again G4521, according to the command. Luke 24:1 through 2, and on the first day of the week, at early dawn, they came to the tomb, bringing the spices, which they had prepared, and they found the stone rolled away from the tomb. The day after Messiah was laid in the tomb was a high Sabbath for the Jews. According to the Jews' calendar, that day, which was day 5, was the 15th day of the first month, the first day of unleavened bread, a non-working holy day for them. On the true Zadok calendar, the date was the 16th of the first month, day 1 and night 2. The next day, 17th, of month 1, when the high Sabbath for the Jews was passed, the woman went out and bought and prepared spices. This was day 6 on the true calendar, the preparation day of the weekly Sabbath, or day 2 and night 3 of the count of Jonah. Then we have Mark 16:1, when the Sabbath was passed, and Miriam from Magdala and Miriam, the mother of Jacob, and Shalom brought spices to go and anoint him. The women rested on the weekly Sabbath according to the command. This was day 7 of the week, or day 3 of 3, fulfilling the 3 days and 3 nights, like Jonah. The resurrection of the master of the Sabbath happened before sundown. The same time he had died on the 4th day of the week, on the 15th of the first month. The very same day Abraham went to offer Isaac, and the male lamb, or the ram, was offered instead. The following day, the first day of the week, the women came to the tomb, bringing the spices which they had purchased and prepared on the previous day, which was day 6. This is found in Matthew 28:1, Mark 16:2, Luke 24:1, John 21. And this was day 1 of the week. This proves Messiah himself and the Yahudim, the Talmudim were observing the true calendar of Yahuah, the Zadok calendar, which was held by the true priesthood since the time of Moses. Not only that, they were ordained by Yahuah himself to keep the calendar, laws, statutes, and commands about it. Really all the laws, statutes, and commands, and settle disputes about it. This is found in Ezekiel 44. So the actions of the women confirm a middle of the week crucifixion, which was day 4, as prophesied by Daniel, and lock in these daily events in perfect chronology, according to Yahuwah's true Zadok calendar. He was killed on day 4, which was the 15th day of the first month, first day of unleavened bread, not Passover. He fulfilled the prophetic high Sabbath day as the unleavened bread of life, also fulfilling Abraham's important foreshadowing of the Father offering his Son, and the male lamb that was offered instead. There is also a popular teaching circulating among believers of Mashiach that attempts to prove that the meal Yahusha ate on the evening prior to the crucifixion could not have been the Passover. They say because the Greek word for bread that is used is Strong's G740, which is artos. And I've heard this argument so many times, and we're just going to debunk it once and for all here, is what this is. So unfortunately, the usage of the Greek word G740, artos, has led to the misunderstanding of when the Passover of Messiah actually took place. The confusion lies behind the meaning of the word artos, which can mean raised bread or loaf, but not always. The real problem here is that the Greek language has an inadequate vocabulary for a one-to-one translation of Hebrew words. Such is the case with the Greek word artos, which is used all throughout the scriptures, the New Testament, to describe various types of bread-like products, both leavened and unleavened. Artos is even used to describe a type of food that is not even made with flour, and also used to describe something that is not even a food product at all, as we shall soon see. So one of the best proofs that artos can in fact mean unleavened bread is found in the book of Luke. Messiah breaks artos with the two that he met on the road to Emmaus. This event occurs on the same day that Miriam brought the spices to an empty tomb, which was the first day of the week during the festival of unleavened bread. This is proof positive that artos can refer to matzah. So Luke 24, verses 30 and 35. And it came to be, when he sat at the table with them, having taken the bread, which is artos, he blessed, and having broken, was giving it to them. And 35, and they related what took place on the way, and how he was recognized by them in the breaking of bread, artos. And then we see G740 from G142, bread as raised, or loaf, or show bread, the loaf. We know the show bread is unleavened. So not only can artos refer to unleavened matzah, but it is also applied to the meaning of the word manna. When Messiah is discussing manna in the book of John, artos is used to describe manna as bread out of heaven. Not only was manna not a bread product, or even made with flour, it was not a substance that can even be found here on earth, because it's the bread from the Shamayim. But even more startling is the fact that artos is used to describe Messiah himself as the artos of life. If leaven is a symbol of sin and corruption, then undoubtedly artos must be referring to Messiah as the unleavened bread of life, for he knew no sin or leaven. And 1 John 3:55, 1 Peter 2:2, and 2 Corinthians 5:21. And this is John 6:31 through 58. This is quite the long read here, but we see, so he's speaking about the manna bread from the Shamayim. So our fathers ate manna in the wilderness, as it has been written, he gave them bread, which is artos, out of the Shamayim to eat. Therefore Yahusha said to them, truly, truly, I say to you, Moshe did not give you the bread, artos, out of the Shamayim, but my Father gives you the true bread, artos, out of the Shamayim. For the bread of Elohim is he who comes down out of the Shamayim and gives high to the world. So they said to him, Adonai, give us this bread, artos, always. And Yahusha said to them, I am the bread, the artos of high. He who comes to me shall not get hungry at all, and he who believes in me shall not get thirsty at all. But I said to you that you have seen me, and still do not believe. All that the Father gives me shall come to me, and the one who comes to me I shall by no means cast out, because I have come down out of the Shamayim, not to do my own desire, but the desire of him who sent me. This is the desire of the Father who sent me, that all he has given me I should not lose of him, but should raise it in the last day. And let me just kind of scroll down, and it mentions he is the bread, the artos again, and it keeps going on again, and once again he makes the claim he is the bread or the artos of high, the bread or the artos, the manna bread, the living bread. We just see artos bread mentioned several times here. In fact, referring to the unleavened bread of the Shamayim as well. Go ahead.
I want to add just a little something. Well, not to really add anything, but
yeah, go ahead, sister. I think your phone's breaking up there a little bit.
It's because I have such horrible service. Can you hear me now? Says Verizon.
Yeah, that's much. Yeah, much.
You're at chapter 6 in John, correct?
This verse, what we're reading here, yeah, it's let's see. Yeah, 6:31.
There was an idiom. There was a Hebrew idiom of flesh and blood, which refers to a total person, meaning he wanted them to be completely committed. That was the point of that section.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Because like, you have so many that reject Messiah because of supposedly that, obviously we know human sacrifice is wrong, but that was not the point. The point was that the flesh and blood was to be a complete commitment to him. It was an idiom of the complete person. The blood of the life is the blood of a person is the life of them, and the flesh is the flesh, but we're supposed to be completely committed. That's why so many times Paul talks about overcoming your flesh and having self-control, to be completely committed to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I was just using, because it shows that same word artos here for referring to unleavened bread as well. The bread, like, I know the context of the whole story here, but it's just, there's people who like to say, well, artos refers to just leavened bread and that's it. And that's not a true statement at all. So that's a reason why some reject the claim that, oh yeah, they observed Passover. They were just observing something else. Which, oddly enough, there's a handful of people out there that believe that for some reason. Like, artos can only be used for leavened bread, and that's it. And they ate leavened bread, so it wasn't Passover. Despite the fact that...
Right, and then, with changing language... with languages, there's not... So, because Greek is a completely different language, the only reason I know this is because I'm bilingual with Spanish, semi. And some things, like metaphors and idioms, do not translate over into another language with the same meaning. So it has to use different words in order to try to convey the same concept to bring in people spiritually. Does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly.
So sometimes, we look at, words and how they're translated, for the Greek translation for unleavened bread, manna, you see that in the Hebrew, it was flakes. Flakes don't sound like risen leavened bread anyways. They were flakes, like little just flat pieces that came to the ground. So it's kind of interesting when you start seeing things from other languages and how they're translated and what words they use. When you start mixing all that in, some people see it as mistranslations. Like, no, it's not a mistranslation. You really have to understand, God put in place from the time of Tower of Babel, be confused. That was his will. He made that happen. So it wasn't that, but there are the scribes that, mess things up, where, especially the Masoretic text, where the stuff is not, they call it I forget what they call it, but it's like where they forget where they are when they're rewriting things, and they start writing at a different place and they skip over something and they've missed that whole line of the word. So yeah, that was some stuff that I had learned too. And I went on a whole rampage. Let me be quiet. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. And yeah, no, it's true, because idioms and things like that, they don't translate very well. So like idioms that we have here in English, they won't translate very well to some other language, and vice versa. So yeah, no, it's a good point there that you brought up. So yeah, they had to do their best to try to use a language that didn't have words to describe it, to try to describe it with fewer words, if that makes sense. So it doesn't translate the same as you think it should. All right. So another example of artos being used to reference unleavened bread is found in the books of Matthew and Luke. In these accounts, Messiah is referring to 1 Samuel 21, 1-6, when David eats the challah, the showbread, on the Shabbat. Unlike what we know of challah to be today, that is a sweet leavened eggy bread, the scriptural recipe for challah is showbread, and it's fine flour and water, the dough of which is punctured. So Matthew 12, 1-4. At that time, Yahusha went through the grain fields on the Shabbat, and his Talmudim were hungry, and began to pluck the heads of grain to eat. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said to him, "Look, your Talmudim are doing what is not right to do on the Shabbat." But he said to them, "Have you not read what David did when he was hungry? He and those who were with him, how he went into the house of Elohim and ate the showbread," which they call, the word here is artos, which was not right for him to eat, nor for those who were with him, but only for the Kohanim. So this is what this showbread or challah is. So Leviticus 24, 5-9. And you shall take fine flour or challah, H2471, and bake 12 cakes with it, 2/10 parts in each cake. And you shall put them in 2 rows, 6 in a row, on the clean table before Yahuah. And you shall put clear frankincense on each row, and it shall be on the bread, H3899, as a remembrance portion, an offering made by fire to Yahuah. On every Sabbath he is to range it before Yahuah continually, from the children of Israel, an everlasting covenant. And it shall be for Aharon and his sons, that they eat it in the Kodesh place, because it is most Kodesh to him from the offerings made by fire, an everlasting law. And I know in there somewhere it also says, I'm pretty sure it's in Leviticus, but it says, do not put any leaven or honey, because none of that is supposed to be burned on the fire. But we have the word challah here, H2471, and it's from H2490, or a cake, as usually punctured, or a cake. It's the showbread here. So the unleavened, the challah showbread, was only brought into the house on the Sabbath, never during the week. This would ensure that no leaven was ever brought into the temple, which certainly simplifies the Passover preparations. No need to clean the Father's house of leaven. Having leavened showbread poses a number of problems, the least of which is that there is no Torah for removing the leavened challah or the showbread during the week and replacing it with unleavened matzah. Likewise, there is no Torah for removing the matzah and replacing it with supposed leavened challah, or the showbread, at the end of the festival, which also ceases in the middle of the week. The Torah states that the showbread is to only be brought in on the Sabbath, and it's a law forever. Again, Leviticus 24, 5-9. When Mashiach reminds us that David ate the unleavened showbread, we find the Greek word used is artos. We know from 1 Samuel 21, 1-6, that David was eating the unleavened showbread that had just been taken out of the presence of Yahuah on the Sabbath, according to the command in Leviticus 24, 5-9. Therefore, we find that artos is once again used to reference the unleavened bread. So we've read 12 witnesses, which Matthew 26, verses 17, 18, and 19, Mark 14, 12, 14 and 16, Luke 22, 7, 8, 11, 13, and 15, all state that the Passover was the day before Mashiach's death. And now we have read ample evidence that proves that artos can and often does mean unleavened bread. We know therefore that Messiah broke unleavened bread at his Passover, just as he did with the two on the road to Emmaus. But we do understand that Messiah Yahusha is the unleavened artos of life, which came down like manna, the artos out of heaven. So John 6:31 through 32, also verse 41, 50 through 58. Do we understand that the artos that he gave was his flesh for the life of the world? And he who eats this artos shall live forever. Again, John 6:33 and 35, 50 through 51 and 58. Do we likewise understand that Messiah offered himself as the Asham offering, the only sacrifice for sin that requires a male lamb? Again, found in Leviticus 14, verses 1, 12 through 13, 21, 24 through 25. And do we understand that he was the lamb, not the goat of Elohim, who was slain for sin for the world, not for a remnant of man and animal? Again, Isaiah 53:10, John 1:29, 1 Peter 1:19, 1 Peter 3:18, 1 John 2:2, and 4:10. If we are unable to understand the words of Messiah, then we will be unable to see how he perfectly fulfilled the prophetic high Kodesh day of unleavened bread, which was the day 4 of the week, the middle of the week, the 15th day of the first month, the same day Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac. So in conclusion, we can see Messiah observed the Passover on the correct calendar, the Zadok calendar, and he fulfilled everything perfectly, all on Yahuwah's perfect timing. We also have shown how the Passover lamb is not a sin offering, therefore proving Messiah wasn't the Passover lamb commanded to be eaten. He was the sin offering lamb to atone for our sin. The so-called Last Supper is actually the true Passover, and not just a random last meal. There were most definitely 2 calendars, at least, at the time of Messiah. This is pointed out by Yochanan many times in his writings. Anyone who is pushing any other calendar is not following or understanding Scripture, or the importance of the sons of Zadok. Again, please read Ezekiel 44 specifically. In reality, it's Ezekiel 43 to 48. You can read all of that. It's all about the sons of Zadok. But 44 specifically is where he gives the sons of Zadok, he ordains them to keep the calendar and settle disputes about it. So Zadok, who is King David's high priest, therefore they will not have the proper calendar to keep Yahuwah's festivals at the proper time, which is a very important time to get absolutely correct. Shalom and blessings. And again, I have all these sources here of the different sources used in my write-up here for this article. But as we can see, Messiah was on the true calendar, observing the true festival of Matzah. His death, burial, and resurrection only fits on the Zadok calendar, as well as his first fruits, ordination. All of this only lines up with the Zadok calendar. This proves that he was not a Passover sin offering, because that's not what the Passover lamb was. He was the Asham lamb, which was the lamb offered in atonement for sin. We can also see that he and the apostles all observed the Passover, which included the lamb in the meal. The reason that the bread and the wine are only focused on later on is because he is now representing the bread. That's his flesh. The wine is now representation of his blood that is shed to cover our sins. So I just pray this clears a lot of things up for everybody. You know, if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Jeremy, that is just a awesome study. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother, and all praise to the Most High Yahuah. Truly, it took a few years for me to study this all out and then actually get it up in writing. But yes, all praise to the Most High Yahuah. And let's see, Marissa, are you down to play another song, sister? If you like. If you're still there. All right, no worries. No worries. Yeah, no, it's really a true miracle seeing so many here. You know, this fellowship is really amazing, and that's what we do here. We do our best to seek Yahuah's truth. Oh, thank you, brother Lachlan. And yeah, you know, it took us all coming together, seeking scriptures and getting past our, you know, small differences we may have about, you know, this aspect or that aspect. We just come together to seek his truth. And Yahuah will always reveal his truth.
Hey, Jeremy, this is Jeremy, Natalie's husband.
Hey, Shalom, brother.
How's it going?
Not too bad. Good to hear you.
Yeah, I really appreciate this study, and I apologize. I got one question, and if I missed it, I was in and out a little bit, but Messiah at that Passover meal, he said, "Do this in remembrance of me." What's that, or what are your thoughts on that? I guess you know, like, you get communion from Christianity out of that, and then I've heard some or seen some in Torah. That say like, well, that's because he's the Passover lamb. Just curious what your thoughts are there.
Yeah, so I feel instead of how we're supposed to remember Passover and all that as coming out of Egypt and things like that, now we're remembering it as, you know, Messiah offering himself up for our atonement. That's what we're doing it in remembrance of now. So instead of, you know, just a small group getting saved coming out of Mitzrayim, now it's the whole earth has a chance to be saved, and we can observe it in remembrance of his offering he gave up.
Okay, cool. That's
yeah,
that's kind of where I was too. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Was he asking a question about like how they see communion versus how we observe it? Was that what he was asking?
I don't know if he was asking, or go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I was just asking, like I've heard that in Christianity, do this in remembrance of me, and they take that as meaning, do communion
every week.
Right. The communion process I've been to a lot of different denominations of churches, especially the Catholic one, because my stepmother is Catholic. And the way that they do communion, they actually see that the flesh, when they eat it, converts, or like the bread, that when they eat it, it converts into being that they are actually eating the body of Messiah, which is so weird to me. But that's literally what they believe. All of my siblings were brought up doing the confirmation of understanding that that's how they believe communion to be. It's kind of gross if you ask me, but that's literally what they think.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if
Yeah,
does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. And communion is nothing at all. They do it like every month or something like that, and it's because they don't have any understanding of what Scripture actually says there.
Catholicism, they do it every mass or their fellowship service. And then other denominations, depending, I was raised Southern Baptist. So the Baptist community, they literally only do it at Palm Sunday, which is when they believe that Messiah rose. So they do it then. And then they do it at their Christmas service. So they only do it twice. As for others, I'm not really sure. I don't think I ever went to a service where they performed their communions, but I know for sure that Baptist only does it twice a year. And then for Catholicism, they do it every gathering.
So was the question more like, what does it mean when he says, like, if I were going to teach this to my girls, which I already have, but like, if to make it more simple, like if they ask, like, what is do this in remembrance of me? What is
Oh,
the
that was
this?
what I was saying to that's what I was talking about earlier, where it's a Hebrew metaphor of being completely committed. When you're doing that, it is a physical showing that you are completely committed to him in your flesh and your blood, your body and your spirit.
Yeah, I guess my question was kind of, with that phrase, do this in remembrance of me, Christianity and Catholicism come away with communion. Some in the Torah group come away with he's the Passover lamb. And I'm kind of over here, like Jeremy mentioned, it means observe Pesach in remembrance of me and unleavened bread. Yeah.
Yeah, like do the feast.
Right.
Do the feast.
Right.
And if I may give a different perspective on that as well, so he was talking to the disciples when that happened, right? It was just him and the 12 up there until he sent Judas away. But when he said, do this in remembrance of me, and that he also would not partake in the wine or the bread until he was with them again, that's millennial reign talk. So he was telling them, their test was going to begin that night. That's why he told them to keep watch and to not sleep because he knew what was going to happen. And so to tell them to do this in remembrance of me, it's because of everything that was going to follow after that, even after he had risen and then ascended into heaven, the job that they had to do for what they knew what was coming with the destruction of Jerusalem.
Wow, that's a good point there. Interesting. Wow.
I missed it because my daughter walked in and was talking to me, but I'll listen to it again another. Can someone like really quickly say that one more time, please?
I was just saying how when he said, do this in remembrance of me, he was only talking to the 12 that were with him. And he told them that he also would not partake in the wine and of the bread until he was with them again. And what I was saying is that's millennial reign talk. He was with them again during the millennial reign. And, he told them that they would be they would be martyred for his sake. And so my point was that it was a promise that for the job that they had to do ahead of time to look back on him and to remember what they were doing it for.
Nice. Thank you.
That was really beautifully said. I liked that a lot.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Sister Miranda. And I know who else had a question? Jessica. Really quick though, so to answer Christina's question, how 1 Corinthians 5:7 it says, "For Mashiach, our Passover lamb, has been sacrificed." That is a misunderstanding. That's the only phrase you're going to see in Scripture that says he is a Passover sacrifice. But like I pointed out before, Paul is just showing how his blood covers our sins, like the Passover lamb did. But also in Scriptures, we don't see that the Passover lamb was a offering for sin, a sacrifice, or anything like that. It was just a meal with the Father is what it was, what it is. And go ahead, Jessica, by the way.
Yeah, you actually just answered my question. I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly what you were saying. Since Christiana brought it back up, I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, you answered that for me, so I appreciate it.
Okay, awesome. And Shabbat Shalom, Silas. On Bobby's phone. But yeah, that's the one of the big misconceptions is because what Paul says right there. And people were like, see, he is the Passover lamb. Well, it's just kind of a misconception and misconstruation, however you pronounce it. It's not the proper word. And he's really just making the comparison there is what it is. Oh, it's computer, my bad.
Basically, to clear it up, is that we don't think Paul is wrong. We love Paul. He just said things in a very strange way that made it hard to understand.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking about that, there are a lot of people who call out, but we see, according to his own writings, that he was actually a member of the Qumran community, because on the road to Damascus, that was Damascus Qumran he was going to. Then he turned and followed the way, and he stayed at the Qumran community for 3 years. That's the exact time needed for someone to convert and become a member of the Zadok community. I do go over that in my main article, actually. I think it's Proving the Sons of Zadok. No, it's the New Testament Connection is what it is in that chapter of the article. If you give me a sec, let me grab the link.
I also wanted to say one thing while you look for that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me make sure I'm in an area where I have good signal so y'all can hear me. This is just my observance in different communities. Be very careful listening to someone who rejects Paul, because 9 times out of 10, from what I've seen, those who are rejecting Paul begin to reject Messiah. So be very, very careful of that. That is something that I've had to rebuke in a few communities, that specific part.
I definitely agree. Oh,
Yeah, agreed. We've seen it plenty here as well.
yeah, unfortunately, we've seen it several times here. That's actually why we had to make a tab in our library group about it. But it's when they start rejecting Paul, they're rejecting a lot more than they realize. But here is that link, actually. One second here. Yeah, and they end up rejecting Messiah. That's the same road we see, Justin Best going down, who used to be with Pink and all that. That's the same road we see. Unfortunately, some that were in our group at the beginning of the year, last year, are no longer with us because, they want to toss out what Scripture says. They want to go off of, well, eating meat's a sin now. And, that's the same road that also leads to denying Messiah. And, they're on that same path. The people who reject and deny the festivals, like, oh, well, we don't know the true calendar, so we can't observe the festivals. Or we're not in the land of Jerusalem, so we can't observe the festivals. None of that is accurate or true. So yeah, just very careful with these people. The ones who say that, especially. But that link I shared in chat, it should take you directly to the chapter as well that I'm speaking about. And in that same chapter, I go over the connection to Yochanan, the immerser. I go over Paul, and I also go over the New Testament findings that were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But, well, the synagogue of Hasatan blew up the cave and got rid of the evidence. Paul slapped you. Yeah. Yeah, Jermaine. Yes, actually, I was just going to ask about that. If
Oh,
you
yes.
would like to do that reading.
Yeah. Sorry, was someone else saying something?
Was Jessica able to answer her question real quick? Did she ask her question real quick?
Yeah, it was about what I had there. Why Paul calls him the Passover lamb and things like that.
Oh, okay. I guess it's Jermaine's turn now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was. Yeah, that's why I just thought I'd pop that in the questions there. So something I came across probably about a year and a half ago, something that was removed from the current scriptures that's written in the Septuagint. If anyone wants to read along with me, turn to Jeremiah 31. Well, I'm just going to read the end of 30. In the Septuagint, the Lexham English Septuagint, it's actually Jeremiah 38. But for some reason, I still haven't worked out why, but there's like 6 or 7 chapter gap there. So I'm actually going to read at the end. So starting at 21, which is your Jeremiah 30, verse 21, hopefully. But yeah, you'll see as I get through, you'll go, wow, that's really different. And I think it's really important that people know. So verse 21, and his mighty ones will be over them, and his rulers will come out from him, and I will gather them, and they will return to me. For who is this who gave his heart to return to me, says Yahuah? Because the angry wrath of Yahuah has gone out, returning wrath has gone out. It will come against the ungodly. The wrath of the anger of Yahuah shall not turn back until he has accomplished and until he has brought about the undertaking of his heart. In the last days you will know these things. Okay, next chapter, which is my 38 and your 30. At that time, Yahuah said, I will become an aliyam for the race of Yasharel, and they will become a people for me. This is what Yahuah said. I found him warm in the desert with those who had been destroyed by the sword. Go and do not destroy Yasharel. Yahuah appeared to him from afar. I have loved you with an eternal love. Therefore I have drawn you in compassion. For I will build you, and you will be built. O Virgin Yasharel, you will seize your tambourine, and you will come out with an assembly of people saying, For you planted vineyards on the mountains of Samaria. Plant and praise, because there is a day of calling for those who plead for the mountains of Ephraim. Get up and go to Zion, to Yahuah al-Aliyam, because this is what Yahuah said to Jacob. Be cheerful and neigh at the head of the nations. Make a hearing and give praise. Say, Yahuah saved his people, the remnant of Yasharel. Look, I myself am bringing them from the north, and I will gather them from the ends of the earth at the feast of Pesach. And they will give birth to a large crowd, and they will return here. They went out with weeping, and I will bring them back with comfort, lodging them by trenches of water on the right path, and they shall not wander in it, for I have become a father to Yasharel, and Ephraim is my firstborn. Anyway, it goes on, but did you get it? Who got it? Who heard what I said?
Oh, I got it.
There's a Passover going on at the end, and he will bring his people back on Passover, and it's been removed from the normal original scriptures. I mean, not the original, the current modern day scriptures. It's been taken out. It does not mention the Passover. But if you're reading from a different version that does say it, please let me know if it says it in yours.
What version is this from, Jermaine?
That's so cool.
The Lexham English Septuagint.
What year of copyright?
Oh, just a moment, please.
Okay.
Actually, I don't even think it says it in this. Sorry, copyright. Oh, this one just says copyright 2019 Lexham Press, but I don't. Oh, Lexham Press 1313 Street. Oh no. I don't know. How do you find that?
It should say. Well, if it copyright could just mean that it was literally just a copy. So I don't know. Original.
Oh, so there's a first version and a second version. This is the second version because it's the only one actually in print. The first isn't in print, and it's really hard to come by the first one.
Yeah, what was
And
that
I'd
verse
love
again?
to get my hand.
What was that verse again, Jermaine?
Oh, so that's 38. My 38 verse 8, and it's your 31 verse 8 regarding the Pesach.
Okay, so Jeremiah 31.
Yeah, verse 8.
Okay, 31 verse 8.
Yeah.
Do you think you can send a picture of that, Jermaine?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. The Pesach is actually spelt differently in here. It's P-H-A-S-E-K. The Feast of Pesach.
It's not in my KJV Blue Letter Bible translation.
No.
I'm gonna check different.
I think I've checked most of our versions.
It's not in mine either. I have a KJV, and this one, they're very good about listing differences of the different manuscripts in the bottom. It doesn't say anything about that. I'm actually kind of upset about that. But it does say in the comments that it's to celebrate a great deliverance for the remnant. And obviously we know the remembrance of deliverance is at Pesach, so maybe that's why. I don't know.
Yeah, but mainstream Christianity wouldn't put that together, though.
No,
so
they wouldn't.
It is a complete and total, purposely done thing that they did there. I'm gonna check my Geneva Bible.
Can I just read 8 again, because I just really want you guys to hear it and absorb this.
Read it. Please, please. I love your voice.
And can you also type it out? so I can see
Yes.
that as well when you're done.
Yes.
Jermaine,
Yeah.
Jermaine,
Yes.
31:8 in the LXX APB Bible, the
Mm.
Apostolic Bible, whatever that P, I can't remember what the P means. But anyway, that shows the Passover festival in it on 31:8.
Ah.
So cool.
Could you please type that one? LXX. What's an LXX? Is that the
That's the
I've got LXX.
Septuagint. It's
Yeah.
this comes out
Well,
of the Apostolic Bible Polyglot, and I'll read the verse. It says, "Behold, I lead them from the north, and I will gather them from the ends of the earth in a holiday Passover, and you shall produce children." And let's see, a great multitude of children. The way this reads is kind of weird. But anyway, you have numbers, a great multitude, that's 2. Oh, and they shall return here.
Yeah, great. That's good. It's somewhere else. And that's an old version, isn't it? That's quite an old version.
Let me, well, I don't have my hard copy here. I've got it on, hang on a minute. I don't use the hard copy because the print is so small I can't hardly read it. But here it is.
Yes. So the one that Lachlan just shared, that's what most people's versions say regarding, among them the blind and the lame, the pregnant woman and she who was giving birth together. Like it totally misses the whole thing.
Okay, this one is second edition, 2013, published in 1996. First published in 1996.
Yeah, well, it's very similar. So mine says in 8, and it's in chapter 38. Look, I myself am bringing them from the north, and I will gather them from the ends of the earth at the feast of Pesach, and they will give birth to a large crowd, and they will return here. I'm thinking this large crowd is like potentially many people will come and turn their hearts to Yahuah at that time, just in that last moment, when there's that last chance. I feel like it's like they will give birth to a large crowd, not women giving birth to babies. I'm talking like people, newborn. They've been born again. They're just like, wow, that's amazing.
It could be that way, yeah. This one says, you shall produce children, a great multitude, and they shall return here.
But anyway,
which could mean just exactly what you said,
Can you send a photo, Jermaine?
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. But it says that they will be having a Pesach. He will be returning them at the feast of Pesach. At the feast of Pesach. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one says in a holiday Passover.
In holiday Passover.
I'm really upset that my 1560 Geneva Bible translation does not have that in it, which is very frustrating.
Yeah, so I think the Lex Septuagint is before Messiah.
250 BC.
I just like that it
Mm.
has the north in there, and that it also
Is that
has,
yes?
and then it also has like it reminds me of like the labor pains, like a woman travailing in labor, like you know. Anyway, it's just really neat.
Mm.
Can both of you write those out, please, if you could, because I'm jealous that none of my stuff has that.
Yeah, I'll do that now. I'll get off and do that now.
Thank you.
Yeah, there it is. Micah
So
has it in his as well.
yeah, so why is it different chapters that it's in? So like why is ours in chapter 31, but in that one it's 38?
Yeah, I haven't worked that out yet. I haven't actually stopped and read through and just sort of found the discrepancies in it yet. I'll do it, but I haven't done it. It's a
Well, I
big
feel like what
jump.
yeah, what I feel like what that tells me is that that really shows how much they've taken out.
Mm,
You know what I mean?
Well, the
yeah.
Masoretes were pretty guilty of a lot of things.
Yeah.
There's a lot of chapter switches and continuations of chapters that go into other chapters. There's a lot of different changes, not changes on the lexeme, but changes in what what generally we have in modern day term now. Things aren't the same in this one here. And we can see that in Psalms as well. Hey, there's always that one out. 119 isn't 119, it's actually 118.
Yeah. I've noticed that quite a bit. They change up the chapter numbers and things like that because things are added, taken away. I don't. That's a good question. That's a good find, though, Sister Jermaine. Absolutely. Yeah. His people are passed over, but his judgment is for others. Yeah, it makes
I'd
sense.
like to see
And
it in the original text, though. Sorry, Jamie.
no, go
Like,
ahead.
not
Yeah,
just Englishly translated, because I can't find it in the actual. Like, if it's from the Greek or the Hebrew, I want to see it in the Greek or Hebrew, if that makes sense.
I could possibly check out the Dead Sea Scrolls too. They'll have well, that's if it's not fragmented out in Dead Sea Scrolls, of course, but they like to do that, fragment it out at these imperative verses. And that's actually several different. So the Lexham, the Brentons, a couple other ones also have Pesach in there as well. Passover.
I found something in Jeremiah 23, 7 and 8, and it talks specifically about God's deliverance of his people from Egypt will be surpassed in a future worldwide regathering of Israel. It just doesn't specifically say Pesach, but considering that it references the deliverance of his people from Egypt, it would make sense. I mean, it just doesn't specifically say the feast of. It doesn't say the feast of Pesach, but it does show a remembrance of the deliverance from Egypt.
Yeah, interesting. Sorry, I was just reading through what Lachlan shared there too. So I'll have to go and check the Dead Sea Scrolls as well and see what it says there. But I find that very fascinating, and it speaks about the North on the Passover, and what Natalie said. Or was it? Could it mean that he has already returned to Passover? I believe it could be speaking about, in the little season when that day of judgment comes. That's my thoughts. Oh, interesting. What version do you got there, Jackie? Yeah, because look, it's is that the Brentons? Because yeah, it says it in the Greek right next to it, and then it translates it over to Passover.
So Jermaine, how did you come across that passage again? I don't know if you had explained that. And if you did, I apologize.
So we were actually watching a video on YouTube. I didn't find it my very self. Like, I'm not that, I'm not that great. We did come across it on a video somewhere about a year and a half ago.
Explanation of the books, why they're different.
Someone was talking about the difference in the Septuagint from the King James and other modern Bibles. And it just stood out, and I've gone, wow, that's amazing. That's a huge change. And regarding the Passover, it just seems to have, it just seems like the enemy has just tried to deceive people to not let them know what's going on.
Yeah, he's got beef with the North and any kind of gathering that he knows is, and he knows scriptures very well. So
Yeah.
that's a huge discrepancy. And I'm really bummed
Yeah.
that my Geneva Bible does not have it. It makes me sad.
Have you got a Septuagint yet?
I do not have a Septuagint, but it is on my list.
Yeah, they're not actually that expensive. It's not like the Yah scriptures or anything. It's not too bad. The only problem is there's no New Testament, of course, because this is way back before all of that.
Yeah. And I do like the Lexham Septuagint. It's more accurate to the original. I know there's different other ones. There's the Brentons as well. There's the one Dwayne mentioned, the Apostolic Polyglot. There's also the Alexandrian Septuagint as well. But there's many different versions of it, depending on which one you get, how heavy it is filtered to, the King Jimmy, really.
Yeah, mine was, I heard you talking, but I wasn't where I could speak. Mine is the Brenton Septuagint, and I had it highlighted from, I want to say it was a presentation maybe that Marissa did not that long ago, one of her last presentations. Did she reference that and I pulled it up, or maybe it was a different, maybe it was a,
I feel like I would have remembered if Marissa had mentioned that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she mentioned it, but not in the Brenton Septuagint is what I'm thinking. And I went and pulled this up in here and highlighted it, but I might be wrong. Like she might have referenced it from a different version that did not say it like that.
It could have.
Because I don't know. I feel like I highlighted it very recently in the Brenton Septuagint.
It could be for a reference to
the North?
One of the verses of the North, yeah. Maybe she did read it and didn't realize, like.
And just the thing about Pesach just not being in that, is that what you're meaning?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Okay, then maybe, yeah. Because I was like, man, I think the thing about Pesach would have been, I feel like we would have caught that maybe.
Or it could have been.
This really surprised me that the APB and the Brenton did not come together on this thing, because usually I can read the Brenton and just about count on the APB meaning the same things. This surprised me.
My son's Bible is a Christian Standard Version, and that specific verse, the 31 verse 8, where it's supposed to talk about Pesach, it references Matthew 11:5, where it's talking about Messiah healing the blind and the sick and all of those things. And obviously what happened at Passover is what, happened to Messiah. So I can see it being put together in my son's Bible, but I cannot. I just need to see like the actual word in Hebrew. I need to see it. Nobody has it, like the actual word being in the Hebrew, or is it not?
No, this the Septuagint is based on Greek. Is written originally in Greek.
So it's only in the Septuagint. It doesn't say it in the Hebrew at all.
I do not know of the APB, or I mean the Septuagint, the LXX being translated from Hebrew. It probably was. I mean that's where they got it, was from the Hebrew scriptures back in 250 BC.
Right.
But whether there were any actual complete, I'll put it that way, complete Hebrew in the Dead Sea Scrolls, I don't know. Maybe Jeremy could bring a little bit more of that to light. Jeremy, are you there?
I'm pacing. This has got my mind rolling, y'all.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls, and there's quite a bit to scroll through.
I guess Isaiah the only complete book that they found that that they didn't have to
it's
put
the most
together with
complete
fragments.
form. Yeah, it's the most complete form.
Maybe we could go to that and compare that to the LXX in various versions and see how close it runs.
Yeah. So in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's fragmented out, the entire book of Jeremiah. It starts at 6:30 and it ends at 26:10. So
Oh
of
No, it
course,
doesn't have chapter 31.
no, of course
Or
they would.
they
Jermaine
would. Of
Dingle the
course, that wasn't
parrot.
in. They didn't have
Right.
those chapter numbers then.
Yeah. Well, they just line it up to, compare it, but that's what it goes up to. 26 is what it says. And there's a cave 2 of Jeremiah, not just cave 4 as well. Interesting. I'll have to look into it more to see.
I'm also going to ask Uncle Franz about it too, because he's a scholar and he may have already found this one and may be able to shed light. I know he has complete book studies of Jeremiah, so I'm going to ask him for that literally right now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jermaine, for sharing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. We just got to find out whether or not it's true or not, because Lachlan's
Is
now
that the
finding
LXX?
GPT.
Might
Sorry,
find out soon if it's true. Sorry.
Lexham English Septuagint, and it has LXX down the bottom on the front cover. I'll send a picture of
Okay.
this.
I just want to make sure that I ask him specifically for if someone has already found that, because a lot of people bring to him those mistranslations and he goes and uncovers it and gives the correct answer. So I'm just making sure I give him the right information. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah. And yeah, if we can just find an original wording, that would clear it all up.
Yeah.
Because I do know ChatGPT, AI and stuff, it is known for not being completely
lying.
Yeah, it
exactly.
needs to be double checked, but at the same time, it's corrected me in my false thinking, and that's why I use it sometimes. But yeah, it definitely needs discernment.
Yeah, somebody was saying that, Chat GPT, in the beginning of like its newness, told a lot of people truth. And somebody compared it kind of like with Trump, how Trump kind of duped everybody the first time. And so it's going to tell you little things of truth at first, and then when people get more reliant on it, well, then that's when it starts coming in with all the falsehood, and it's hoping that you'll still believe it. So
Exactly.
Yep.
The thing is what we've seen is ChatGPT knows exactly who you are, what you believe, and it will go along with the narrative that you want to think. And then someone else will come along and ask the same question on a different mind frame, and that it will give you another answer depending on who you are, what you think, and where you're at. It will try to help you believe something that you want to believe. And this is facts as well. I mean, it's also just, it'll play the game wherever it needs to play the game, but it also knows how to play the game because it's demons.
Yeah, I've had a personal experience with that actually. We asked AI, where are any books or scholarly mentions or anything of, a divider day in the Qumran calendar? And it proceeded to give like 10 different sources. Like it cited the book, the page number, and everything. And it was like, oh, wow, this looks legit. So we kind of rolled with it, didn't test it out at first. And then somebody watched it later on the YouTube channel, and they were like, hey, these sources aren't correct. And I was just, oh boy. So I go and look into it deeper, and he was right. There was none of them that were correct. Because it was saying, oh yeah, it mentions it here in this book, and here in that book, and here, there. I go and look at all of them, and none of them were correct. It didn't even say anything remotely close to what the AI said it was saying. So, I mean, it will tell truth, but it will tell lies as well. And it's based off, it plays those games just like Jermaine said, but knows who we are, how much we know, and things like that. Which I've also
All
seen.
that's
Oh,
for
yeah.
a purpose.
Yeah, exactly. And it will push a certain narrative until you question it and prove it wrong, and then it'll be like, oh well, now I'll have to admit the truth because he knows it. But then it'll still try to push another narrative. I've watched quite a few channels doing that, and they ask like Chat GPT like certain questions, and it'll give like a churchianity doctrine. Then they get called out. It gets called out like, no, that's not what the scriptures actually says. And it's like, oh, you're right. It actually says this. So it's tricky. It knows how to play the game. Yeah, it's, some people use it, some people don't. I choose not to use it just because of my experiences with it. You know, I do agree that this technology, it is influenced by demons and things like that. Just like with our phones though too. Our phones, even the TV screens and computer monitors, they're all like black scrying mirrors. But it doesn't mean we can't.
Okay, so I have his study from chapter 31, and believe it or not, that is not something he has caught. It literally says it just like in the King James with the woman and child that travails with child together, the blind and the lame. It says it the exact same way. So it is not something that he has caught at all. That's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting. I wonder if it's something they're really trying to hide or what's going on there.
I'm not sure. A lot of times there are a lot of people. He's a very busy man. Sometimes times I for like 2 weeks. But I will send you guys this chapter study. He has a lot of verse references for it. So maybe that's where it comes to light, but it doesn't actually speak about it. A lot of his studies, like he leaves them incomplete, but he takes in what other people give him, and he goes and he looks for things, and that's that compiles it. He's really cool. Anyways, I'm going to send this study. It's lined up with Revelations 2. I don't know if that's helpful, but he formulates a lot of verses, even from the Apocrypha and stuff like that. So if there's anything that's a parallel to certain Apocrypha, it will be in that. And maybe there's something in there that brings that out. Maybe. I don't know. I'm saying right now.
Yeah. That'd be cool. Thank you, sister. That's awesome.
Jeremy, what's that chapter that's missing the other two
Of
seasons
course.
in Enoch?
Oh yeah, chapter 82 in Enoch. It doesn't.
Okay, we need that.
It's funny because it's missing in every translation of the Book of Enoch we find, but it's there.
You need what from the Book of Enoch? Because he has all of the. I have all of the Enochs. I have all of the studies from Chanakh as well. He has studies from Chanakh.
82.
What is it that you guys need?
82.
82.
Yeah, 82 after verses.
Okay.
After verse 20. It does exist in the Dead Sea Scrolls because we see it
let me
in there.
look for chapter. Yeah, let me look for chapter 82. He has sent me so much, and I've been without Wi-Fi for several months. I have not been able to download anything. So some of the stuff that I'm sending over now is forwarding it directly from him, because it's stuff I didn't even have the ability to download it to my iCloud. I have a 2 terabyte iCloud and no way to download all my stuff onto it. So it stays in the Telegram messages. So let me go look for that too. You said 82, chapter 82. Got it.
Yeah, chapter 82. And we've gone over it a few times, but yeah, chapter 82 of Enoch. So in the first bit there, in the normal version that we get, it's describing spring and summer, and then it kind of ends there. And 83 is a completely different chapter, completely different subject and topic. So it's missing the fall and the winter in our normal translations.
And we speculate it's because of the changing of the year that I bet he goes more into in that chapter.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I just sent it over. It's 82 through 85, and I'm assuming he does them in sections. A lot of times he does it chapter by chapter, but I guess some of it is just so large that he has to group it together.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. But yeah, what we do see though with the Dead Sea Scrolls in chapter 82 is it does describe fall and then winter as well, but it's very fragmented out.
So it only exists in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it talks about the fall and winter, you said?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Enoch 82, Jermaine. Yeah. And yeah, we did a video of it a while ago. Maybe I'll have to do it again or just find the video. But we show in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of Enoch. If you read in there, it's 4Q Astronar, which means Enoch astronomical. And it's the astronomical books because it's talking about the luminaries. But he goes in specifically chapter 82. You see it just end there. But in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it continues on after verse 20, describing the fall and the winter. But it like I said, it's super fragmented out, and it's really hard to see what's going on. But we do see that he describes other star leaders there as well. Of course, it's fragmented out. I believe they do this on purpose to hide things, just like Miranda said. They want to hide how the year works out exactly. And I can guarantee that that chapter explains exactly how it works out. They just don't want it revealed.
Has anybody heard of the Book of the Dream Visions?
Is that of Enoch?
Yeah, this book that I just recently got. It's a Books of First Enoch Study Edition by Jerry Franklin. And anyway, there is no 82 in here at all. And in place of it, between 81 and, wait a minute, let's see. Is it 81? No, skips 81 as well, 81 and 82. And in the place of it is this thing called the Book of the Dream Visions. And it's not very long. It's only about 3/4 of a page long.
Interesting.
So I'm going to have to find out what's going on with this book.
Yeah. You said you got it. Is it like a
Love
PDF
history.
or actual? Is it an actual book?
I will say this.
No, it's a hard copy. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all right. Go ahead.
I will say this. Uncle Franz, and I say uncle because I believe that's like saying Mr. He's from South Africa, so I think that's like a terminology they use over there. So I say uncle. He's not my uncle. I just want to clarify that. I will say that he has found where it's actually Septuagint and the Brenton that has mistranslations. I will say that. But he has also found where King James has had mistranslations. So he doesn't favor anything more one than the other. But he did explain that, and I have a history file. I just sent it to Jessica Lynn yesterday. It is a historical file that explains how all of this happened with different translations during the Reformation period, during the Revolution and all of that. He did say that there are a lot of lies about King James specifically, and it's because he favored going against the Roman Catholic Church, and that's why there's so many lies about him. So when you hear things like people do not trust King James, there may be some things mistranslated because it's been found. But he's not what you think he is. He's not all of these rumors that were put out by the Roman Catholic Church. They even tried to murder him through the Knights Templar. So be careful with the lies about the history of King James too. So just throwing that out there. I can send that study as well. Let me find that one.
Yeah. So my thing about that is there is no perfect translation out there. Yes, there's actually quite a few errors in the King James, quite a few errors in all of them, really. But that's why it's best to get as many as you can and really take it back to the original language is what it's all about.
I think most of the errors are due to copyright. Whenever that was invented, it really messed with how they published Bibles, because whatever company did it, if you had the same exact wording and somebody else tried to do it, they would sue you because you copied every single word they said. So they would have to change up sentences or not include a sentence so it didn't mimic the first version of whenever copyright began. It's so stupid.
Yeah, that as well. It's copyright reasons and other reasons, or like Dr. P's case, theological reasons, they change things. And really, it's just best to take it back to the original language, no matter what version you get, and get as
From
many
what
as
I
you
understood, gosh, I keep doing that. I'm sorry. I thought you were done talking.
No, it's all good.
From what I understand, with these publishings, and this is from learning from Uncle Franz, it was explained to me that 90% of all published works of translations of scriptures are owned by the Vatican, and that is why it is very, very hard to find the truth.
Amen, girl.
Yes, and so you will find all of that in the file that I just sent about the messengers and prophets, and it basically explains how we hear and how he's been trying for centuries to get the truth out back to us and calling us back, and how the process ended up happening all the way to the very end with the Seventh-day Adventists, because we know that, they're very, very close to knowing the truth. It's just not knowing the names. Like, they stop literally at knowing the names.
Yeah, the Vatican doesn't have 52 miles worth of archives for no reason.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we know
Jeremy,
that.
I'm
Oh, go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
You mentioned that chapter 82, how much of it did you have? How many verses?
Well, in all the translations you can find of the Book of Enoch, it only goes to 82:20. But the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of Enoch, you see it actually specifically says verses found after Enoch 82:20. And then it continues on after that to
It
describe
doesn't specify how many verses, Jeremy? How many verses after 20?
No, because they didn't back then they didn't have verse and chapter numbers and things. They just wrote it down.
Right.
So that's how it is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's just they say it's after 82:20 because there's clearly more after that.
See, and I feel like that's how they get away with it too, because they put a number to everything when they should have just written it how it was written.
Yeah. This other one I have only goes to 19.
Yeah, and there's that.
So somebody send me verse 20, please.
Man, that's I think Jermaine says the Lexam she has is missing the whole complete middle of the Book of Enoch, including the all about the calendar and everything. So, I mean, there's definitely discrepancies in different translations for one reason or another, honestly.
I'm just
Yeah,
tripping out. I'm just tripping
There are
out that
biases.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead,
say,
sister.
I was gonna say, I'm just tripping out that literally last year was the first time I read Enoch, and I'm listening to all this, and it's just how far Yahuah has just shown me. It's amazing how he works. It's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. And that's another reason why we all need each other, because some of us are more studied out in some areas than others. And that's why, we lean on each other and reason together through scriptures, and he'll show us the truth.
Yeah, you're in AP classes over here, and I'm still in fourth grade, but I'm trying.
Well, it's all good.
Yeah, I still read through Enoch and still find things that I've missed. And I've read through Enoch probably 7 times.
Oh yeah, same here.
Yeah. So
I'm give me visions, give me dreams. I'm exhausted. I'm falling asleep at the table. This is done.
I also read through Jubilees all the time too. I've lost count of how many times I've reread Jubilees, but it's it will never get boring. I think it's because we've been only confined to the 66 that we're just like, tell me more. Give me something outside of this and make it
Yeah.
fit with that. And it's so great.
So it explains in one of my Dead Sea Scroll translations, it says, so the next two sections of the Ethiopic book of Enoch, the parables of Enoch, and the book of the heavenly luminaries, which are chapters 72 through 82, are not found in the Qumran scrolls as part of the book of Enoch. In the original